Hello, everyone, and welcome to the SRC Charged Up Season Championship 2023. We're super excited to be that you're joining us, and we're super excited to be streaming for you today. We got a very exciting championship tier event for you. The Sim Champion role is one of the rarest and most elusive roles on our server, and we cleared out the roles just before this event, and by the end of this event, we're going to have all new Sim champions claiming that pink trophy color. So there is the match schedule out. If you are curious about the match schedule and you're not familiar with it yet, you can go join our Discord. The link to that is at secondrobotics.org, and you can see the match schedule there. In the meantime, we're going to be introducing you to our first event. And I'll also be introducing you to your event staff for today. In the call with me, I have Brennan from 4476. I've got Cobby from 4476. And joining us soon will also be Taken from 4476. They'll be helping to referee and to commentate as well on the event here today. And of course, my name is Nick, and I will be commentating and streaming for you today. Qualification match number 1. The countdown is on the screen, and we're getting started. And robots are underway. On the Red Alliance, we've got Tango, Trevor, and Dar, and on the Blue Alliance, we've got Maktar, C, and I'm not quite sure how they usually verbally pronounce their names. There's a lot of numbers and letters in there. But anyway, coming out of auto, pretty even, 55 to 55. I think Red Alliance had the edge for a brief moment coming out of auto, but not very big difference either way. Maktar and Dar pushing on each other a little bit, same with C and Tango, but for the most part, just clean cycling, not too much drama going on. A few times that the robots are bumping into each other upon passing, but nothing too extreme, mostly just routine cycling. So far, Red Alliance of Dar, Tango, and Trevor are outpacing the Blue Alliance by about 10 points right now, though depending on which point in the cycle, they might not be that far behind that Blue Alliance. Oh, it looks like the Blue Alliance gets a penalty given to the Red Alliance for being in that Red Alliance zone on the left side of the field. That could help the Red Alliance get an extra buffer that they were looking for to take this match home with them, since there's 1 minute left. Both alliances are continuing their cycling as they're finishing up their last few unscored slots on the Blue Alliance, and I believe that they're already on to the second game piece per slot on the Red Alliance. Okay, yeah, now both sides are working on Supercharged. Last 10 seconds of the match. Red Alliance is already getting ready for those climbs. So is the Blue Alliance. We've got 5 seconds left. A little bit of tussle going on here. It looks like Blue only ends up going for 2 robots on that platform. And the final scores are on the screen.
What a way to kick off our event. That was exciting. I love a good last second climb.
Yep. And also welcome Taken, who's going to be joining as the co-commentator for today.
I'm sorry.
I introduced Taken earlier, but this is the first time you've heard Taken's voice, so just making sure everyone is familiar.
Aware.
Yeah.
I got here halfway through the match, and I'm like, I don't want to jump scare him. I don't want to spook him while he's doing so good. Thank you, Nick. Yeah,
No
I'm
problem.
excited to see what we have. And 4 RP, 2 RP. Last event, it took us forever to get our unicorn match, and here we already have it match 1. So welcome to champs. The bar has been raised. Alright, let me get this sheet open so I can see what matches we have coming up. Da, 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 da. Here we go. So match 2, we're going to see Apollo, Diego, and Ginger on red, with Elliot, Julia, and Casey on the blue. So another high-powered match, and we're already underway. The autonomous period looks like maybe an early advantage red. Diego was definitely balanced earlier, and as it shakes out, it is about a 9-point advantage for the Red Lions. We see cubes falling from the skies. Elliot does place those game pieces. Looks like we have a mostly breakdown field, but Casey, as we saw in other events, using that RI3D Larry robot, trying to see the different strategies you can pull out with that. I also think for champs, we're bringing up the skins. Diego's got the sombrero on. Excellent stuff. Red is definitely still ahead, but their gap seems to be shaking up a little bit. We can see they haven't done any of their cubes on the top yet, so they don't have any of those nodes done. Blue already has a highling. And Apollo working on just getting those cones done early. We see that with breakdown a lot, especially because sometimes that intake can be a little bit particular. They want to get the trickier game piece out of the way before starting lots of cubes. As we are 1:15 left in this match, we can see Diego there going for a game piece. A bit of difficulty getting it from the human player station. Ginger placing one up high for red. Diego will do the same. That's 2 out of the 3 done. Oh, but that one doesn't quite hit. They will need to replace that for that high row. Risky strategy, and Blue Alliance is capitalizing on it. 101 to 100. Doesn't get much closer than that. But with another link completed for the Red Lions, they do get a bit of an advantage there. 114 to 108 with 45 seconds left. Equal on the links for now, but an 11-point difference just based off placements. So Blue Alliance still definitely in this one, although Casey right now kind of getting stuck in Julia's way. Wrong robot to defend there. With 28 seconds on the clock. It is anybody's game. We've seen climbs make a world of a difference before. And Casey and Ginger there. Casey trying to block out Ginger, I guess, from getting back, but he will go for another cycle. Crossing the field, has to deal with Casey's defense. We can see him twirling around, trying to handle it. The piece does fall, and it's not anywhere useful. With 4 seconds left, robots are climbing. Last second, will Blue take it in the end? As the score settles, it does not seem to be that way. Red Alliance a little bit more composed at the end. A link advantage, and the end game 30 to 42 in the end there. So Blue definitely kept it close, but Red just held it out. Don't get the RP for the full grid, but still a well-done match from the Red Alliance as they take the win.
Yeah, we've got our, well, I was going to say our first non-unicorn match. You know, we're not going to get unicorn matches every single match, unfortunately, even though it is champs.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks
we
like...
did see that defense really, from the Larry, help break up the pace of the Red Alliance. So interesting to see how that'll come into play through quals.
Can pop over to the other field for qualification number 3, which is already ready to get started. We've got Jacob, Jeff, and Luis on the Blue Alliance. We've got Wax, TR Evan, and Dilthang on the Red Alliance. Early lead in autonomous for the Blue Alliance by about... I mean, it was at one point early lead, and now it's even again.
I do that all the time. I'm like, oh yeah, Red totally ahead, and then I see Blue score like 30 points at once.
Yeah.
Definitely a close match. We do have all 6 robots back on breakdown. 4 points separating the 2.
1 minute into the match, we're seeing cycling continue. Tied at 94 points, 2 links apiece right now. Dilthang and Luis pushing each other a little bit. Got a little bit of a tie-up in the middle of the field for a little bit, but nobody in the end wants to just be in those tie-ups. They're not really staying there for very long. Oh, there's a little penalty that was given to Luis, I think, for entering that red protected zone in that bottom right-hand corner for a brief moment. So that will give Red Alliance some extra edge in this match as we enter into the final minute.
Yeah, we've seen penalties be so taxing over the course of the season, and this is no exception. Red Alliance now 160 to 129. It's a 30-point gap. Now, the charge station can still make up that difference. We do also see Blue Alliance down on links, whereas Red already has a full grid. But with 30 seconds left, it's really hard to make up a deficit like that. Now up to 40 points. All right, with 20 seconds left on the clock, we see TR Evan going for another cone placement. I'm not sure where he's trying to get it, maybe just into a hybrid node. We see Wax coming back with game pieces as well. Blue Alliance does finish off their grid with 8 seconds left. That's going to be big for them. They'll take home a ranking point even if this match doesn't go their way. Jacob trying to get onto the charge station. It looks like a bit of a calamity there, though, as the Red Alliance stays calm and composed at the end. Blue Alliance cannot quite say the same. 215 to 189 is going to be your score. We'll take a look at the breakdown and see where all those points came from in just a moment. All right, another unicorn match. Hooray. This is what I like to see here early on. 215 to 189. Big difference there, though, in the charge station. 42 to 34. While still enough for the RP, not really what we want to see at this level of play. And then the teleop score there, just 20 points. Not getting those supercharged nodes. But given they got the full grid so late, makes sense. All right, that's Quals 3 in the books. We are going to keep chugging along because we have lots of matches today. So let's take a quick look at match 4 and see if they are ready. And ready they are. As we see 6 robots on the move. Alex going back over and balancing for the Red Alliance. Log doing the same for Blue. Mercified getting in the way there, but it seems that they got it all sorted out. Foul early on. We'll see what the refs have to say about that, as it's 50 to 48, 2-point gap between the two, and that can easily be made up as we see Josh going to place a cone, but that cone is not in the right orientation. That'll probably just get popped into a hybrid node. Log dropping a pylon for Blue. That's going to hurt them as well. As you can see, it's near the high node, but not quite on the post. 66 to 66. Both alliances making some mistakes here. We'll see who is able to clean it up quicker and capitalize on their opponent's problems. With a minute and 40 left on the clock. Another foul coming out. Mercified and Alex yet again. Seeming to be a high contact match. 84 to 83. With the Red Alliance down on links, but up on points. And as I say that, of course, Blue goes and pops one on the field. We already have some score adjustments that need to be made, so keep an eye on that scoreboard as it is going to change fast and furiously through the match there. 115 to 107 as robots are working away quickly. We see Alex coming back. He's got one of the cubes, goes on the middle. That's a third of the grid already done off to that side for the Red Alliance. Only one more to do for the Blue. They're leaving those cooperation nodes to the end. Not that they make a difference in xRC, but maybe it's a little bit of, oh my goodness, contact between Alex and Log right there. That is definitely a little bit tricky. With 43 seconds left, still anyone's match, especially as we've seen penalties can quickly make a difference. Gabriel just trying to pick up that cone and drag it around with them, facing heavy defense from the Red Alliance. Does finally get it into a hybrid node. More contact in the end game. 193 to 161, make that 200. Red Alliance finished the grid. Blue Alliance still yet to do so, so supercharged on one side. Blue now ready for supercharged over there as well. Looks like they're lining up to climb. Alex and Tiger are there. Josh is coming in late. They do have an advantage. They may decide to opt out entirely. Will that hurt them in the end? As the clock hits 0, it's a 10-point lead for the Red Alliance, but stay tuned for what the final score will be. One of the benefits to this event style is that we are running 2 fields with 2 different referees. So we have a question box, but that is not going to stop us from being able to continue on with our matches. So that's cool. The referee's going to deal with that, but for now your score is 221 to 211. Perfect charge stations all around. So we'll see, take a look at how that shakes out. Already seeing, though, lots of very high-scoring matches, which we quite like. One fun fact, always here for my fun facts. Red Alliance has won every match thus far. So, the Blue Alliance of Apollo, Mactar, and Diego are going to look to change that next time out.
Okay, so in that last match, there was a reset on the Red Alliance that was legal, so it's -5 for the Blue Alliance. However, there was also a forced double penalty game piece thing, which is +12, which is a net +7 to the Blue Alliance, which I believe is already reflected in the score.
Excellent question.
Yep, that is correct. It is automatically reflected in the score. Yeah, so we'll be moving on to qualification match number 5 with that.
So speedy, so zoomy, so efficient. We love to see it. Will this be the match where Blue Alliance comes out on top? We will find out. Again, all 6 on the move. Ginger, they're going for a 3-piece autonomous and sticks it. They're going to actually upgrade that 1 piece as well. 219 left. Shadif going for the balance for red. It looks like they have it, so it's a small lead right now, 58 to 54 for the Red Alliance. But we see lots of robots with pylons in their intakes right now. Already a great head start on the high row for both alliances. 2 links done for red. Technically 2 for blue as well. And make that now, that's 8 out of the 9 game pieces done up top for them. For both alliances, actually. So, pretty incredible stuff.
Yeah, Red Alliance is now done with their top row. And
they wanna
Blue Alliance is
lock it in
finishing it
early.
just now. But Blue Alliance... Oh, I guess they didn't go for finishing. They're going onto the middle row first. But anyway, you know, that Blue Alliance score is lagging behind a tiny bit because of that decision to not finish the top row. And I think just lagging behind a little bit slower cycling overall from that Blue Alliance right now.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I'm saying that, but their score is just as good now because they've got 4 links, so...
Yeah, so the score... Oh, a tech there between Shadif and Mactar. The main thing to look at is red ahead while still being down on links is indicative of better placements, foul benefits, and that auto benefit that they had early on. So it gives them the flexibility to not feel so panicked necessarily. Mactar there looks like he finishes off the middle row for the Red Alliance. Blue has 2 game pieces do the same. Make that 1 now with Diego's placement of that cube. We've seen a lot of focus on pylons early on in the match, and I think that really is because we can see at the end you can chuck those cubes over to try to supercharge the hybrid nodes. With 135 left, red is already in the supercharging game. They have filled out their grid. Blue has that 1 hybrid to do. Make that now full grid, so we're already into supercharging with 30 seconds left. That's more like what we've seen in previous matches. Teams are getting the rust off. We see a double going up there. Like almost the entire top row is getting supercharged with pylons for red. 192 to 177, so definitely with the advantage. They just need a calm endgame. Apollo's not going to let that happen, though, as Ginger is being climb blocked. Don't know if that's going to work for them in the end, as Blue Alliance does not ultimately get their 3rd climb. But interesting defense coming up from Apollo at the end there. Really impressive holding Ginger for the last, 10 seconds of the match or so. So 210 to 189, your score. The penalties there definitely helping, but we can see Red Alliance with the teleop advantage, despite actually being down 3 points out of auto. Who would have known? The curse of the Blue Alliance continues, apparently.
Gonna move on to the other field right away, where we've got Casey, Jeff, Trevor on the Red Alliance, Dar, Jacob, Julia on the Blue Alliance, and we're starting qualification match number 6.
Indeed, we are 36 to 33, so it's crazy to see how fast the scores change in auto. I should just wait till the end. 54 to 51. Now that the action's settled down a little bit, and we can see
Red Alliance is the first to get a link, but Blue Alliance hopefully not too far behind. They still haven't gotten a link. There's a little bit of Casey and Jacob are kind of blocking each other over in the middle. Trevor getting in there. I think that it was mostly Casey that was preventing Jacob from getting to that station the whole time. Casey's playing mostly defense right there, but Casey does get that extra tech foul over there in the bottom right-hand corner by pushing Jacob into that zone.
Casey's defense has been relentless this whole match.
I would say that currently it looks like it's paying off for them as well, because the Red Alliance is in the lead, and it does look like Blue is struggling to make those cycles with Casey on full-time defense. It's kind of dangerous for Blue coming out of their loader station at the speed they want to, because Casey can just push them down into the Red Alliance loader and get a foul out of that.
Yeah, and actually Casey there grabbing the cube that it looked like Dar was going for off the floor and putting that in the red community, really well timed. And they're stealing the pylon out of Dar's intake. The audacity of this man is uncompared. But 115 to 105, look how low we are on those links. Last match we were talking about a full grid with 30 seconds to go. We have 20 seconds left and we have 4 links for red, 4 for blue. So while there are some easy ones to get off, you do risk with Casey, you lose that ranking point, but the 2 for the win are just so worth it. So we even see here Casey going toe-to-toe with Jacob, and Jacob getting caught touching the charge station. We'll have to see what the clock was on that one versus when endgame officially begins. 156, make that 160 to 133. Looking unlikely that Red will be able to finish all those hybrid pieces that they need. They still need 3 more with 13 seconds left. Julia gets caught in a place where she does not belong. With 8 seconds left, will the climbs count for Red? Casey looks like he's up on the wrong angle. They're going for the double balance. Will they make it stick? They do. 191 to 152. Red Alliance just 2 game pieces short of a full grid, but they get that win there.
Yeah, that is qualification match number 6 in the books. Let's go take a look at the breakdown.
The defense there makes all the difference. Look how low these teleop scores are compared to what we've seen for the rest of the event. 8 to 7 links. Charge Station Blue Alliance just not able to corral themselves in at the end. That would have helped them, obviously. But just a really hard, violent match. And the Red Alliance capitalizing on it wholeheartedly. So well done to them. 3 RP for their troubles.
Qualification match number 7 is ready, and we're not going to waste any time getting it started. We've got Alex, Clute, we've got Gabriel, we've got Tango on red. We've got Luis, we've got Mercified, and we've got Wax on blue. We've got an early... we've got Auto going on early, and at the end of Auto, Blue Alliance is leading by 9 points.
Blue Alliance almost had a huge mishap in Auto. I believe it was Wax and maybe Mercified. Could have been Lewis. I didn't catch the other player. But they made contact while Wax had a game piece, and it almost stopped him from being able to place it. And since he was in charge of getting to that charge station, that would have spelled disaster for the Blue Alliance early on and put them in on the back foot. But they're on their way now, and they are up 81 to 73. Make that 91 to 73 with a link and a high completed. They have 2 pieces left on high to do. Red Alliance has just the 1. So we're seeing things going fast, placements going accurately. Things are going well so far. 108 to 94, your current score is Gabriel going back to the human player station, picks up a cone. Wax tries to do the same, but drops it. We'll have to pick it up off the floor. Benefits 254, obviously, that you can do that. Tango coming across the field, has a pylon. Where's it going? It's going to finish off that high row. Alex is right behind. They get tangled a little bit amongst themselves, but they are able to do so. 104 left, so we're just under a minute now, with 6 links for blue, 4 for red. So that's the deficit they need to come back from. They may be close on game pieces, but they are still need to do those tactical placements, especially if they want to get that full grid RP. Looks like the the blue alliance with 40 seconds left has a full grid. They are going to start supercharging. We see Wax doing that, Lewis and Mercified coming in to do the same. Gabriel going across the field, has a pylon in their intake, will look to place it, but what they really need is a cube. That's their missing piece on the middle row. Alex has that though. Seems to be changes direction. There we go, going to the middle. Places that to give the high grid or full grid for the Red Alliance. Tango going to try and supercharge that pylon. Does do so with 12 seconds left. Looks like looking towards the climbs. That's Red Alliance's only chance here. With 6 seconds left, Red Alliance is trying to get up. Blue Alliance is already up, sitting pretty. As the clock hits, it looks like they got it, but they didn't have enough teleop points. It's 207 to 221 for our first Blue Alliance victory of the event.
It's funny how it works that way. Like, in playoffs, it can make sense why there would be Red Alliance victories because they're usually the higher seeded alliance. But like for qualification matches where it's all random, it is kind of funny how patterns like that can emerge where just out of chance the Red Alliance is on a winning streak. But,
yeah, didn't you even click like best for schedule generation? Didn't we have this conversation? It's supposed to be totally random.
Well, even regardless of which schedule generator, I'd assume that it would not know the seeds of people,
That's true.
Okay.
All right.
We've got another unicorn match for Quals number 7. Quals number 8 is ready, so we can jump right into field number 2. On the Red Alliance, we've got Dilthang, Josh, and Log. On the Blue Alliance, we've got C, Tiger Melon, and TR Evan. And they're underway. Got a little bit of... it looks like Dilthang is rocking a little bit, but I think they ended up getting that balanced on that charge station, but I assume that wasn't the intention.
It definitely was a little bit rocky there, but we are seeing that they did still get some points at least, so that'll help them when it comes to the end game. 157, plenty of time. Red with the early advantage by 6 points. As Dilthang coming across the field, Josh going to come back as well with the cube. One thing we're not seeing a lot of is those 254s trying to make that double possession work. Foul though coming in. TR Evan caught, wrong place, wrong time. As Red Alliance takes advantage of the mishap. All right, 130, 90 seconds, 113 to 84. So Red Alliance with the advantage. C placing a cone, but does not quite get it. Having a bit of trouble with that 254 robot. We did hear that he had taken a bit of a sabbatical between events, so maybe that's starting to show. But getting back underway, has a new piece in the robot and going across the field. 127 to 112, 4-4 on the linkages. As the high row yet to be completed by the Red Alliance hasn't been done by the blue. Red still needs a cube to make that stick. Josh trying to readjust one of the pieces that was meant to go in the hybrid nodes, has done so and back underway. With 47 seconds left, 6-5 for the links is the main thing that these alliances are going to be working on. They're trying to get that full grid. Red Alliance still to do that high, but Dilthang has the piece going in. Placement is good. That's going to be a fully done high row. Their middle row is almost done. Same spot needs to be dealt with. 166 to 154. These points disappear quickly. We're in the end game, so robots that drive over the charge station get points, lose the points, and go back. 16 seconds left. Still anybody's game. If anyone can finish the grid, that might make the difference. They're both one piece away. It looks like Red Alliance has figured it out. Josh trying to triple stack cones. Don't know if that's going to make a difference. Now it's all in the balance. Do they get it? Red Alliance just gets it at the end. Not sure if Blue Alliance has everyone up, and that may make the difference here in qualification match number 8. Alright, we should be good to take a look at our score breakdown in just a minute. We did lose our question box, so I take that back. We're not looking at it. We're not going to look at it fully, take it as word yet, as there's a question box to be dealt with.
We can still look at the
looking at stream, so it was lagging, so I thought you weren't pulling it up. My bad. Yes, we have it now, and you can see there only 3 RP as the charge station did not seem to count for Red Alliance in auto. I wonder if that's what they're question boxing. As we saw, Dilthing was rocking like a bucking bronco. We shall see. How was this, the peanut or the butter feed? I'm not sure which one's which.
The peanut field is for odd numbered matches, so this was the butter field for match number 8.
All right, let's go check out our peanuts then.
We're waiting because both of our refs are occupied right now, but we should be ready to resume soon.
I didn't know because Cobb was here. Looks like there are some shenanigans happening on the field, though. I see a row of 6 breakdowns hanging off the edge.
Okay, yeah, we will be able to start now. So let's go see these breakdowns hanging off the edge.
There they are. Now, not recommended during a match. But as the match gets underway, we'll see auto placements. Elliot going for the 3-piece auto. Bit of difficulty with that pylon, but does get it done. I love that we can travel across the field in auto now. 48 to 48, so all tied up. An extra 5 points coming in last second for them, for the blue though. Red matches them, 53 to 53. Now 63 to 53. It is changing so quickly here. Looks like blue does have a slight advantage overall. Maktar trying to place a cone, a bit unsettled going over the charge station, but does get that place. Jeff coming back after a nice placement as well. Jacob drops one high. Looks like the Red Alliance is only 1 piece away from a full high row. Blue Alliance kind of working down a little bit more, as they're also down on links there, 2 to 1. Jacob placing those pylons. Elliot doing the same. Jeff going to pick up one of those pylons off the floor. Pylons, cones, same thing. 95 to 94 as it's getting close. Here we see Maktar, Jeff, and Ginger all doing their assigned roles here, which is scoring on the breakdown robot. Red the same. Everyone's just trying to score quickly. We're not seeing that level of defense that we see when a robot like Larry or every bot comes onto the field. The strategy here is just score as much as you can, as quickly as you can. One thing is both of these alliances seem to be waiting a little bit on finishing up their nodes. 4 to 4 here with 50 seconds left, make that 5 to 4. The hybrid row not quite complete for the Blue Alliance. Likewise for the Red Alliance, they still have a few pieces left to do as well. 7 to 6 on the links there, 146 to 141. With 30 seconds left, it is still anybody's match. We see Jacob come back, gonna go for another pickup, does run into a bit of interference from Maktar, gives Maktar a bit of a shove, but they are both on their way now as Jacob's back across the field with 20 seconds left. It will come down to the climbs. We've seen matches lost on climbs already. Supercharging nodes now for both alliances as they have finished their grids with just about 20 seconds left. Best time to do it. Jacob's already up for Red Alliance, doesn't want to risk anything. They're going for their triple balance. Blue a little bit out of sorts with their directions and orientations. Does the balance come in? It does, and that's going to be enough for the Blue Alliance to snipe it at the last second. 215 to 208, the balance making the difference there.
All right, for that last match, we do have a change in the scores, which has been reflected in the sheets. The Blue Alliance was tipped by a Red Alliance member, which is going to give 12 points to the Blue Alliance, which thus gives Blue Alliance the win. And there's also going to be a yellow card assessed to Tiger Melon for that tip.
Thank
That's
you.
for qual number 8, not qual number 9, correct?
Correct. Qual
Okay.
number 8.
Okay, thank you for that
Yep.
clarification, Brennan. Qual number 8. That little update, which will be reflected on the sheet, but won't be reflected, obviously, retroactively in the video or in the Discord channel.
Just Control Z your brain.
Brennan, actually, do you want to post a reply to the event participants channel, just with that, like the score adjustment as well, so it's actually reflected there as well? That would be great. And with that, we should be ready to start qualification match number 10. We just want to make sure that everyone is on the field, because I'm not counting 6 robots. So one moment on that.
Generally, we do like to start with everyone on the field, so good catch there.
Okay, let's transition over to the field where we should be ready to get qualification number 10 underway.
Yeah, as drivers moving around there, we're going to see Otto. Looks like the field is cleared. Casey tapping Diego a little bit, trying to tango with Tango, try to block him from headed back to the human player station. Advantage is still to the Blue Alliance, 48 to 56, as Louis places another piece for them that he was able to pick up during the autonomous period. But yeah, that's something we are very familiar with, is Casey's defense. We're only 10 matches in, and it is notorious. Poor Tango trying to get any piece there across the field. Does finally break free and will place a cone up on the high row. But it's so hard to handle. He's even taking pieces out of people's intakes. 80 to 79 now the current score. So we see Blue Alliance handling it pretty well for now. And the main goal is you don't want to get 2 robots caught up in the defense. If Casey is blocking someone, that means that he is not scoring and leaving it all to Alex and Mercified, who are working quickly. Mercified, your number 1 seed coming into this event, leading the district championship standings, as he makes his way across the field with another game piece. Pieces on the floor. Diego and Louis drop some pieces. Casey getting very close there, and actually gets caught out by Diego. Gets a tech foul, so 119 to 106. There's just so much action to follow that we have missed. Blue Alliance, in their struggle with the defense, only has 2 links with 45 seconds left. They are just getting absolutely pummeled by this defense there, and may have to adjust accordingly. Tango finally finishing up that top row for the Blue Alliance with 30 seconds left. Red Alliance 7 links, 143 points. A foul there. Diego getting caught in the red human player zone, so we'll have to see what they can do. But impressively, with just Alex and Mercified, they are already only 3 game pieces away. And Lewis, 12 seconds left and getting caught out again. Stuck on a game piece. This is all falling apart for the Blue Alliance. Tango's on the charge station like, where are my partners? With 3 seconds left. A last second toss. 8 to 7 on the links. 184 to 169. That was a eventful match that we just witnessed. Lewis in the
For
chat
sure.
saying, "OMG, what a mess." I can't say I disagree. That was a very dramatic match. We do already have Cobby sitting in the question box, ready for any questions that may arise there. But it is 184 to 169 as the score stands. Interestingly, Red Alliance missing out on that charge station RP. So while they take the rank, they lost a lot. Or while they take the win, they did lose a lot in the process that they maybe could have just got if they went for a more offensive strategy.
Okay, we're gonna pop over to field number 1, where we're getting underway on qualification number 11.
Yeah, robots on the move. As we see there, 2 robots going up for the balance. Dilthang coming back over. Shadif doing the same. Everyone's sitting nice as we are into the tele-operated period. Not that it makes much of a difference, but points are now back to normal distribution for what it's worth. 1 link already completed by the Red Alliance. You can see that there in the hybrid node. 3 cubes. Well done. With 1 minute and 54 left. So still anybody's game. Blue Alliance not too worried yet, but they should work on picking up the pace a little bit. Dilthang and Tiger Melon both headed back looking for more pieces to pick up as they are crossing the field. My internet's having a bit of a moment, so I can't read who's who on the stream. So Nick, if you can maybe take over for a second.
Sure, okay. Well, we do have a Red Alliance lead at this point in the match as we're reaching the end of the first minute and entering the final 90 seconds of the match. We've got Dilthang playing pretty aggressive defense on TR Evan here. Even though TR Evan was kind of in the protected zone, Dilthang was just waiting, hovering outside that zone for them to come out. Dilthang getting pretty good at chucking that cube. We had a little bit of a freeze there. Might have been just a stream thing, where it looked like the robots were not in the location that they were. We're getting to the last 40 seconds of the match. Oh, Apollo tips a little bit and comes back up. We're entering the endgame zone of the match. It all comes down to this. Red Alliance is quite dominant in score right now. Unless something happens, then I would expect Red Alliance to come away with this. We're last 15 seconds. Last few cycles happening right now. I see some strange stuff going on the blue side. I see red TR Evan falling off on the red side. I don't think that they got balanced on the blue side, though. So it looks like it's going to be red that's going to come away with the win in qualification number 11.
Yeah, just getting that, we'll see if Evan had backed all the way off, so maybe that he's not invalidating the charge station status of the others. But Blue Alliance wasn't just there at the end. They do still get a triple balance, but it was looking a little sketchy for a while there. 4 RP for red. Oh, that's always a good thing. Alrighty. Good stuff. Oh, we do have a question box on that match, so hang in tight. But
Yeah, so,
on the officialness of that score.
Yeah, so qualification 11 is in the books for right now. Could be potentially changed, but I am hearing that we do have an update on qualification number 10, which is not the most recent, but is the match before that. So
yes.
We're gonna hold for an update on qualification number 10 for just a moment before we move on to the next match.
Okay, so in match 10, there was a tipping foul committed by the Red Alliance which is a 12-point penalty on Seagorms, who will receive a yellow card, and Diego's reset was determined to be legal, so Red Alliance will have a penalty removed against them, which will change the outcome of the match. Blue Alliance will win 181 to 179.
Yo, speaking of fouls, there was a tipping call against the Blue Alliance in qualification match number 11 on Gabriel, which will give the Red Alliance 12 additional points and a yellow card to Gabriel.
So that one will not change the outcome of the match, but will change the outcome of the emotional match. The emotions of the match, I guess. I don't know. I was just like, it's not going to change the ranking points. It's not going to. It does change things, but it doesn't really change things as far as things go for the time being. It's just how it be. So we gotta do a little bit of back end work to make that happen. But we will be getting underway shortly with qualification match number 12, which will hopefully have no fouls.
Yep, and while we're waiting just for those things to be solidified, I'm gonna show the current state of the rankings of this event so far. We do have Cryoforce ranked number 1 as it stands, followed by Waxton, Ginger, rounding out your top 3.
Notably, Cryoforce at 3 matches still has that 4 RP score. Each player gets, I can't remember how many we said, 8 or 9 matches. I don't know. You get either 8 or 9 matches. It's one of the two. I don't remember right now. But still, Waxton and Cryoforce, the only 2 players who could possibly get a 4 RP average. And I think Waxton's coming up shortly, so we'll see if that continues to shake out that way. When Ginger also undefeated, just dropped an RP earlier on.
It is 9 rounds, just
Beautiful,
to
thank
have it
you.
in the record that we're playing. And just since we had 2 corrections at the same time, we're waiting a little bit to make sure that all those corrections get saved.
Dang, I guess we need 3 referees after all.
Yep. Never can have enough referees, it turns out. Okay, I think we're ready to... I mean, I would say that we're ready to get started for match 12, but I'm not seeing anyone on the field for match 12, so...
Anyone?
Yeah. That's okay.
Okay.
We'll just do a little bit of
We'll hang tight.
Yeah.
So, cool thing about 24 is that everyone will play in Elims. We have ranks, so people were invited to this event based on their rank in the season, in their district events. We even have a few people who did like really, really well in one event who were able to qualify just based off their one event results, which is kind of cool. Seeing any luck with getting people for match 12?
Yeah, it's my end on the issues. I just need a second.
Yeah, okay. Actually, I personally kicked them all off the field. That's why. Sorry, I should have let you know in advance that I was going to be doing that. We will see. Any other cool things we can point out? So yeah, tiebreaker is match points minus fouls. So all of these adjustments that we're making aren't actually going to influence your tiebreaker. So that is just how much you can score in tele and auto.
We're going to get started on qual match number 12 now, since we look like we're ready to get started, and I don't want to hold up anything any longer.
We did see some contact there early on, but seems to have settled itself out for the most part. Waxton going in for the balance the last second for Red, looking to hold on to their 4 RP average. Definitely got off on the right foot there, but 50 to 51, Blue Lions with the first link of the match. And that's a high link you can see on the right-hand side. 2 minutes left as Log and Dar both placing pylons on the high. Oh, Log actually falls, but for their respective alliances, it will have to stay at the hybrid node. But Log is looking to upgrade that to a 3rd level piece. Does do so as Dar places a cube for Blue Alliance up high, and Josh doing one on the middle. C looking a little bit lost there, not sure what game piece to go for, as there is a tipped over cone in the middle of the field, but it didn't seem to be at a nice angle, so wasn't able to tip that up. It is now upright. We'll see who goes for it and grabs it. There was a bit of fighting over it, but it will go to the Red Alliance as Log gets it in the intake. 97 to 87, 3 links to 1 for the moment. With 1 minute and 10 left on the clock, Blue Alliance does have the advantage. Log seemed to have a little bit of an issue waiting there to get into the human player station, got caught out and shoved into the Blue Alliance zone. Unfortunate for them, but they are back across the field, headed over to drop off that cube and place it on the middle. Josh getting caught out there with a foul. Ties the score up at 125 to 125. Now Blue Alliance scores to make it 133 and 140. They are ahead on links, and you can see they are close to being done. There's just 3 pieces actually left to finish, and C is going to finish off that hybrid row. Dar and Josh coming in with the 2 cubes needed to give Blue Alliance a possibly full grid, but it looks like it falls. Oh geez, they're going to need another cube. They're going to have to communicate that amongst their alliance partners, as the grid is no longer full for that alliance. Not really sure what Josh is doing. Drops off the grid. That is now a full grid. Red Alliance only 1 piece away. Not sure where it needs to go. Looks like it might be that cube that is, or the cone that's just over the edge that breaks it for them. That's 182 to 209 the score as the clock hits 0.
Quals number 12 in the books. Let's go take a look at the breakdown for quals number 12. We have 4 ranking points. That was 209 points, going to the Blue Alliance of Cedar and Josh. Even though Red was pretty dominant with a 9-point advantage coming out of auto, Blue was way more dominant when it came to teleop and charge station. So that was what gave Blue the edge in that match. Okay, and with that, we should be able to hop right on over to the other field to start qualification number 13.
Cool stuff. All right, and Casey's back, and I think despite the yellow card, I think we can expect that he is here to defend and mess some people up. 2:16 left. No one on the Blue Alliance charge station. A big tactical error for them that puts them on the back foot. They're going to be down on RP now because they cannot get to the required number of points. Diego looking to place a cone up high. Doesn't seem to go where he wants it, so just drops it in the hybrid node. Decision making there. Mercified versus Casey is happening in the middle of the field, and if you're going to play defense on anyone, Matthew is a good person to play it on. Just can't get anywhere where he wants to be. Does finally break free and is going to go back to the human player station to pick up a game piece. Jacob with a cube for the Red Alliance is going to place that in the middle. There are still a few pieces up high that could be cubes. A tech foul, Casey getting catching people out where they should not be. 95 to 83, 3-3 is the score. Make that 98 to 83 as we are with 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Still anybody's match, but Red Alliance 10 points up. Traffic jam in the center of the field there. Casey and Matthew, yet again, Matthew does ultimately break free. and is going to continue onwards. So what can Blue Alliance do? They are down a scoring robot, but fouls like that might be exactly the trick on how they can make up the advantage that they are currently down. Elliot having a few issues there placing that hybrid node, but it is done. And Mercified getting pinned basically, but still had places to go. So didn't quite count as a pin. But Casey is just ready and waiting for Matthew. Every time he comes across the field, it's like, yes, please drive into my intake. Please, I want you to. 141 to 128 as Red still ahead, but is not easy, that's for sure. Maktar and Jacob doing a great job of offensive power scoring for the Red Alliance. 10 seconds left, and it's going to come down to the climbs. Blue going up for the triple. They know they need the points after missing it in auto. We'll see if Red can do the same. They are balanced at the end, and that's going to give them the advantage, 179 to 162.
Yeah, after those fireworks go off for the Red Alliance, let's take a look at the match breakdown to see how it happened. Red was just dominant throughout the match, really. I mean, from auto to teleop, they always had an advantage across the board in terms of these numbers they're seeing. They did not end up getting the maximum number of links. There was a lot more defense going on that prevented them reaching the supercharged nodes and the max number of links. But it was enough for almost all of the ranking points, but really for Blue, very painful loss, no ranking points.
Yeah, and that started out of auto when they just didn't get anyone remotely near the charging station when it was time. Too much focus elsewhere, and that hurt them early on.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna head on over to the Butterfield, where we are ready to get the next match underway.
All right, back to 6 breakdown robots. Casey, the only one at the event playing other things. Gabriel popping one up high. Looks like Trevor doing the same. Ginger trying to get the triple auto while Alex and Shadif are waiting. They don't want to make the mistake of that last match. They were waiting for those auto points. 51 to 47 as we are underway here. Going as quickly as we can. Looks like Red Alliance has the advantage as far as pieces scored early. They are up on the board as well. We can see there with 1 minute and 53 seconds left. We got robots doing all sorts of fun stuff. Lots of cones, definitely for the Red Alliance. At least going up high. We do see a few cubes in the hybrid nodes. With 84 to 77, your current score. Blue Alliance only done one link, but you can see it there up high. It makes it a second one. They've done one of their hybrid links as well. With 129 left on the clock, only 6 points separating these two alliances. That is a slim margin for sure. Ginger trying to pick up from the human player station, gets a cone and is back across the field in an instant. You wouldn't even know he was gone. Trevor doing the same thing. Gabriel going in to pick up some pieces. We see cones being tossed by the Blue Alliance towards the hybrid node. Shadif will pick up and replace, but seems to have lost the cone in the process with a minute. Current score. Red Alliance is about ready to fill that grid. They're just looking for whichever one is the one that does not count. Trying to find it, and I think they have with 35 seconds left. It's now 172 to 132. Oh, really pushing that cone in. No chance that it's out of place now with 26 seconds left. Gabriel supercharging one up for the Blue Alliance, but they are ways away, I would say, of doing that. Dilthang, a nice self-writing there using the charge station forks with 12 seconds left there. 10 seconds now. Red Alliance is going up. The Red Alliance is with 2 seconds left. They're up with 202 to 185 the score as the match seems to come to a close. All right, we can take a look at that breakdown. All right, 202 to 185. So missing out on the charge station at the end. So decision making, maybe a little questionable from the Red Alliance there, but they do get the 3 RP to the 1 for the Blue Alliance. So Blue Alliance did get that full grid, but also missing out on the charge station at the end. So that was Qual's 14. We are blasting through these matches here. Just for those who are curious, we are now down to only one person with a perfect RP. Cryoforce still remaining perfect in that regard, with Ginger dropping this ranking point in this match. And one maybe a little bit earlier as well. So Cryoforce, our last hope for a perfect RP score.
Yeah, and with that, we're going to head over to qualification number 15, happening over here on the Peanut Field. We see a foul happening right away, right off the bat. I think there was Apollo going into the blue zone. It's a little bit hard to tell, to be honest. Wasn't expecting to see a foul in the first 5 seconds. But we do see that advantage coming initially to the Blue Alliance of Dar, Jeff, and Wax, as the first 30 seconds are over. We're seeing both alliances trying to finish up that top row of their game pieces. I think Blue Alliance is going to be the first to finish it off, with also the first to get a triple-digit score, as the match goes to... it's the first minute of the match is ending. Apollo, Log, and Tiger Melon still cycling a lot. I think that was Apollo that dropped a game piece that was just snatched up by the Blue Alliance. A lot of tugging going on between Waxton and Apollo over here in the middle of the field. Tiger Melon also joining in, and Waxton gets knocked over. Very dramatic tip there. We're seeing more cycling going on. We're entering the last minute of the match. At this point, Blue Alliance is leading by at least 30 points. I'm seeing Red Alliance dropping some game pieces into the same slot, even though they're not at the part of the game where they're allowed to do that yet. I think it's by accident. Yeah, it is. Apollo struggle. Oh! Tiger Melon colliding into Apollo there. It's certainly not going to help them in the as we enter the last 30 seconds of the match. We see about a 50-point advantage for the Blue Alliance of Dar, Jeff, and Wax. Of course, with the 9 links, we know that they're working on supercharged nodes over here on the Blue Alliance, but they are not been really close to that point. I mean, I guess they are somewhat close, but they're not going to reach that point on the Red Alliance. It's going to be a victory for that Blue Alliance. Let's go save this match score so we can look at the result. There's probably a little bit of a question box incident, given how much collisions there were at some point in the middle of the field. So, not necessarily final, but...
Yeah, you called it. There's
right
people
now.
in the question box.
Yeah. But for right now, that's what we have for qualification number 15.
Tough 0 RP match there for the Red Alliance, unfortunately for them. Empty-handed after their efforts.
Yeah. Okay. I don't see any reason why we can't start qualification number 16 right away. So, I now see a reason why we shouldn't start qualification number 16 right away. So we're gonna just look at the rankings while we're waiting.
Yeah, so like I said a little earlier, we still have Cryo with a perfect ranking point score. We can see. I was supposed to say we've got Cobby in second. I don't know why I was supposed to say that. Congrats, Cobb.
Let's go.
In the second with 14 ranking points, 4 wins, no losses. Then C, Waxon, Jeff, Trevor, Dar, Josh, Tango, Louis, Shadaf, Maktar, Alex, Mercified, Tiger, Apollo, Diego, Dilthang, Jacob, Gabriel, Elliot, Log, Seagorms, and Julia.
Wow, you read the whole list. I thought you were going to just read the top 5 or something.
I was going to stop at 8, and then I just kept going. That was the way to go. But all right, match on the move. So we can take a look there and see 2:26 left on the clock, and we're already at 12 points apiece. So we'll see what happens in this match. All right. It's TR Evan placing some high. It's like all 6 robots on one side of the field. We do have advantage blue, 51-43. As we are seeing here, early advantage for blue, but not too far out of reach just yet. Louis does touch the charge station whilst being tangled with Tango, or you could say tangoing with Tango. We are, with 145 left, seeing an advantage still for the Blue Alliance. 2 links to 1 and 89-63.
We love the Tango
Josh, play
jokes.
What?
Well, I just said we love the Tango jokes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you like my tangoing with Tango? I think it's very original.
I love it.
107. So Blue Alliance has eked out a bit of an advantage here. We can see they've done the entire top row. Red Alliance still has to finish up those cubes to get those nodes done. But just in general, being outpaced a little bit. As we see Josh and Julia, a little bit of collisions there. C actually getting caught in the blue protected zone. That's going to hurt them as well, as it's 97-126. Now a 30-point gap approximately. Red is working on bringing that down with a minute left, but they are going to be hard-pressed to do so. We're seeing game pieces go up, hybrid nodes being filled up. That's generally what tells me that we're getting closer to a full grid, as teams starting to focus a little bit more on their lower nodes. 40 seconds left, and it's a 25-point gap between the two. 7 links to 6 with 33 seconds. C and Josh playing a little bit of push and shove here. Who will get that game piece? They're arguing over it. C's like, I'm gonna drive over it. You can't have it. Now C's getting all shoved up under it, as there's a cone underneath his drive face. Does finally break free and says, good riddance, I'm gonna head out and go climb. But with 10 seconds left, 176 full grid for blue, 159, 8 for red. Doesn't look like they're gonna get that full one. Maybe Louis can plop it just in time. It drops, that gives them the full grid. A huge last second placement from Louis for Red Alliance. Not going to be enough for the win, but that means they are going to come away with some ranking points that are much needed. That was really good situational awareness there from the Red Alliance, even though they didn't take the win. Alrighty. Sorry, Nick. Your audio's a little your audio's a little cracked out. I didn't quite hear what you said. I mean, I can hear you, but it sounds like you're driving through a tunnel. Maybe the stream can hear you okay. It might just be Discord. But I didn't hear what you said. Or Cobb, can you hear him okay?
No, it's definitely on Nick's end.
Okay. Well, Nick sorts that out. We can go through our breakdown here. 36 for the auto for both, but Red Alliance just didn't have the speed of Josh Tango and TR Evan. 158 does get the full grid for both, though. Really big. Didn't have enough for the charge station as a result. But still really impressive stuff there from both of these alliance partners.
Okay. So with number 16 in the books, I think that we're going to be moving on to qualification number 17. So let's get that started right now. Qualification number 17 is going to have one Shadov, Alex, and Jacob on the Red Alliance, Casey, Dilthang, and Maktar on the Blue Alliance.
Yep, and as we are underway, early on, advantage seems to be to the Red Alliance, but not by much, as they only have a 10-point advantage as they get their final pieces settled. Shadif and Alex are at the Human Player Station at the same time. It is the return of Casey, and oh, that is a big move early on as the Larry gets tangled with the breakdown. Casey, remember, already having a yellow card for shenanigans earlier on, might be headed back to the steward's office. 78-66, so still advantage to the Red Alliance as Dilthang places one for the Blue. Is going to come back across. We're seeing Red Alliance again focusing more on the rows. Blue Alliance seems to be more like section based, as they are only working with 2 scoring robots. So Maktar balance it all out. Alex tipping over for a second there. But is
I think
back
that any
on
issues you're
his
seeing are
feet.
with my internet. So
Okay,
they're not like actually
that's
happening in real life.
Yeah, I figured he wasn't flying through the screen, but that's okay. With 117-96, the scoreboard is still telling me the truth, and it's telling me that the Red Alliance has the advantage, even though they are all tied up on links. With 45 seconds left there for the Red Alliance, and backing away, Alex and Casey tangled up in the corner, and Alex with one of those important cubes that they need to finish off that high row that's going to get pushed into the zone and get fouled up for that. We'll see what play, like the replay in the ref's office. All right, 17 seconds left, and Blue Alliance is getting so close to taking this after all. With 10 seconds left, we have seen lots of penalties bring the score closer together. It'll all come down to who can climb. And we'll see Casey trying to maybe climb block Shadif a little bit. It didn't seem to work as the clock hits 0. The advantage right now is to the Red Alliance. But I would not stuff in that match because that looked very dramatic. Let's look at the breakdown anyways. We see the advantage here. You could say that it came out of auto and stayed out of auto, but the penalties really telling right there. 3-1 for the Blue Alliance. Now note that that's not the points for the penalties. It's not like a 1-point penalty. It's just the number, if you're following along.
Okay, so we do have a score adjustment.
For quals.
Match number 15.
15, okay.
Match number 15. There was a simultaneous takedown of Waxton by on the Alliance. Will actually be receiving a yellow card. That's Tiger Melon and Apollo for a tip. I guess two tech fouls because both robots did that to the Blue Alliance, and also Log had a legal reset, so -5 points for the Blue Alliance.
Sorry, can we also get clarification? A while ago, Tiger Melon was assigned a yellow card, but there was some
do not have a
discussion
yellow
that had
card
been
anymore.
Yeah.
Correct. So that.
But
is
now
their
they
first
do
yellow
again.
card. Yes.
So I just wanted to make sure. So the first yellow card was revoked, but the second yellow card does stand for Tiger. So
Correct. So still no red card, which is good for them, but they are.
Speaking of red cards, in match 17, Casey will be assigned a yellow card for tipping. So 12 additional points to red, but that is his second yellow card, so he'll be receiving a red card.
Wow.
Well,
We have exciting times, don't we?
in the referee's office. Congratulations, you've been upgraded to an office. And there are some questions regarding the original Tiger Melon card and who that was going to be assessed to.
That is actually assessed to Dill Thing. Or Dylan Vibes.
All right, we do have qualification match number 18 underway. After all that commotion, getting back to the action.
We do see Mercified on the Larry. That's a first from Matthew today. Maybe seeing how well it's been working for Casey as far as effective shutdown defense, which he knows he. All right, with a minute and 45 left, it is an advantage right now for the Blue Alliance, 96 to 72. We can see on it.
And we won't be able to see the rest of that match, which is unfortunate.
One of our refs
Making
wanna
live
tell us what's
commentated.
happening?
It's 102 to 92 for the Red Alliance. This is really sick. Waxton's driving on top of a cone for no good reason. Why he's doing that, I don't know. Okay, he stopped driving on top of it. Now it's just Diego driving on top of it. Red Alliance is in shambles, Mercified, causing crazy chaos, playing tons of defense on the Red Alliance. They're literally scoring nothing. It's unbelievable. Shame you guys can't see this insane match. It is 111 to 126 for the Blue Alliance. Jeff, Tiger Melon, and Mercified absolutely putting on a clinic here. Mercified just stomping Gabriel. Oh, no, just kidding. He just gave him a foul, and he steals a cube out of Diego's intake. Oh my goodness. Oh, you can see it finally. All right, go back.
I liked your commentary better. Tiger Melon going to pick up a cube from the human player station and crossing the field. Seems like everyone's kind of calmed down a little bit as now with 26 seconds left. Another foul though. Mercified is relentless today, especially the Larrys we see. They really get their elbows out. Another foul on Gabriel this time. The scores for Blue keep climbing and climbing and climbing with 15 seconds left. No one is probably going to finish the grid here. There's still links to be done on both sides with 7 seconds left. Will they even finish their climbs? Who's to say? Wait a minute. Tiger Melon with the placement of the day, and they get the triple balance. The one piece they needed left to score, they did. That's an absolutely clinical performance in the last 15 seconds from that Blue Alliance, and that will give the advantage 218 to 184.
I'm curious, Taken, what is a clinical performance?
It's when you perform, clinically?
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Well,
Thanks for clarifying.
Think things like perfect placements, perfect balancing. Like, they were placed in, like, a triangle kind of formation, which you don't normally see working on the chair station.
They were placing with the accuracy of, like, a surgeon.
Yes, exactly. That's what it is. Someone tell Jeff, Tiger Melon, and Mercified to go apply to medical school.
Mm-hmm. You heard it here first. Taken would let those 3 people have surgery on her. Perform surgery on her.
Have surgery? Yeah. Have surgery?
I don't think they perform surgeries at clinics, right? I think them a hospital.
Hospitals have clinics. And hospitals have clinicians. That's the main thing. Right? Like, what's the difference between a clinician and a surgeon? They're like isn't-any, right?
Maybe.
Alright, let's see if these people are up to speed here. Looks like Blue Alliance is off to a bit of a slow start there. Maybe not everyone was ready, because with 2:17 left, we have Blue Alliance doing victory spins. Casey's not connected. or is connected but isn't moving and isn't in
AC
the
is not supposed to be in
voice.
this match.
All right, I understand now. Thank you for clarifying. I guess this is not this is the opposite of a clinical match. This is a mortician's match. Because nothing is going right and everyone's dying. That's how that works, right? Right?
Absolutely, Tegan.
Thank you, Kavi, for backing me up here. So this is your friendly reminder to get out of the server when you are not supposed to be there. If you are in the server when you are not supposed to be there, we A, know it's you because your name floats over your head, and B, we get delayed and we don't want that because I think all of us would like to be out of here at a reasonable hour. Bum bum bum. Ba-dum ba-dum. So as we get this started, we are underway for real this time. With 2:15 left in the match at the end of auto, we see TR Evan balance for blue. Red also had someone balanced, but they drove away before I could note it. 50-36 there is your current score. So it's Apollo, Dar, and Elliot versus TR Evan, Lewis, and Trevor. I wonder if you could call one of them like TR Evan and the other one like TR Ever. I think that would be funny. Anyways, Red Alliance has the advantage here. 2 links to 1 and 69-58. We can see almost the entire hybrid row is already done for Red, so that they were trying on something different, trying for those quick links. Interesting, because sometimes you see robots dropping pieces and they like conveniently fall into the hybrid links. Red Alliance says now we'll get that out of the way quickly as they are back underway. Jar and TR Evan brush by each other. TR Evan with the piece, Dar going to go get one. Crossing the field now in that 254 breakdown robot. Lots of cubes left to be placed for the Blue Alliance. You can see their top and middle rows are cube free for the time being. They are definitely going to feel that on the scoreboard. You can see they only have 1 link and they are down like 50 points or something like that. So the scores are going to start jumping up quicker once they get those pieces done. And we see TR Evan has one. Going to come across the field. Elliot gives him a bit of a side eye, but keeps on going as TR Evan places one in the middle for the Blue Alliance. Looks at maybe upgrading that piece, going up to the high as well, and places that as well. 37 seconds left, and it's almost a full grid for the Red Alliance. Ooh, foul there. Trevor and Apollo get caught, and Trevor got the short end of that stick. Elliot playing some heavy defense on Louis. Louis back on the move. TR Evan with that cube in the robot. Looks like that one's going to go on the middle row with 15 seconds left. Still need 1 piece to finish off the grid, at least for the Red Alliance. They now have done that. They have a complete grid with 8 seconds left. It's going to the climbs. Blue's going to try to get some RP out of it with 3, 2, and 1. We see the score there, 207-173, your unofficial score from that match. All right, let's look at the breakdown. Okay, 207-173, win for the Red Alliance, 4 ranking points. Huge for Apollo, Dar, and Elliot as they get that full ranking point like advantage, I guess.
So there's gonna be -5 points for the Blue Alliance due to a legal reset from the Red Alliance.
Okay, so that's not going to change the breakdown, though. As we look at it, all it's going to be is -5 points to make it 207-168 is that number there. But the tally-up score is your big difference maker here, 152-129. They were 3 links short, and that didn't quite work out for the Blue Alliance.
Let's pop on over to the Butterfield, where we've got qualification match number 20. We've got C-Log and Tango on red. We've got Ginger, Josh, and Julia on blue. We've got Julia and Ginger scoring high for the first 2 cones. As auto ends, Julia is the one that's on the platform. I do not think that Julia got balanced. I didn't see on red what was going on at the same time. It's hard to pay attention to both sides at the same time, to be honest.
Yeah,
we do have
I would agree.
10-point advantage, but not much of a 10-point advantage given that it's just dependent on where you are in the cycle. For the red, and sometimes it bounces over to blue. But so basically an even match at this point, 1 minute into the match.
Yeah, one thing that we can see if you look at where they're doing the placements, Red Alliance, fewer cones up high. They've gone for the cube method where they do most of their cubes first and they're doing their pylons after. Reverse of what the Blue Alliance seems to be doing where they have most of their cones done. Big contact there between Julia and Log. They both make their way to their respective human player stations, but that was going to be a foul on the board. Not really something you can afford to have in a match as close as this, 115 to 108 the score, as we see C placing one for the Red Alliance. That's a cube done by Tango as well, so they're really trying to finish up their scoring as fast as possible. Julia and Log yet again make some contact, but they are back underway. 56 seconds left on the clock, still anybody's game here. 11-point advantage, but that's 2 links, and those 2 links alone make up 10 of those points. So really important when you're looking at the point breakdown to be aware of your multiples of 5. How different are these 2 alliances? A cube gets chucked across the field by the Blue Alliance and lands in to start supercharging those nodes. Really impressive stuff. Ginger now throwing pieces too wildly, although that pylon does need to be replaced. There we go. To get those points. Beautiful stuff. 164 to 156. Full grid done and onto the supercharge for the Red Alliance. Blue now the same. This is going to come down to the last second. Blue actually taking the advantage, but again, it's where you are in the community in the last few seconds does reflect on the score. 8 seconds left, and Blue Alliance is going to start looking towards those climbs. Julia's tilted it. Red has all 3 up. They're balancing. 2 seconds left. 1 second left. Does it balance in time? It does not. So that is going to give the advantage to the Red Alliance there. 206 to 201 in that match. Really big match there, and we're going to see the implications of that on those rankings for sure. 4 ranking points for Red, only 1 for Blue, as they didn't get the charge station points they needed. Even enough to get the RP would have been enough to get them the match. If they get another 6 points, they take that match.
That was a particularly dramatic finish. You're completely right. It would have not only been enough to make it a unicorn match, it would have swapped around the direction of that finish since it was really close the whole time. But great job to both alliances for keeping it exciting until the very finish. So that was definitely a very exciting match to watch. And with that,
I accidentally joined the event lobby for a second. I'm like, whoa, there's way too many people here. 1 second.
Oh. Okay. Well, we're going to hop on over to the Peanut Field because we are ready to start the next match on the Peanut Field. So let's get introduced to our alliances. We've got Jacob, Tiger, Melon, and Wax on the Blue Alliance. We've got Jeff, Diego, and One Shadufa on the Red Alliance.
Yeah, and just taking a look at that, just so you know, after that last match, we did have a change to our number 1 seed. Tango is in that position, but there's a lot of players on this field right now who are looking to come after that position. 53 to 52 is the current score, so 1 point difference between the two. Jeff places one nicely for the Red up high. Wax responds and does a cone for Blue with 63 to 62. So again, that's going to be like, where are these pieces scored? Are they in the links? How are they doing auto-wise versus teleop-wise, as the score is a slight advantage for the Blue Alliance. We're going to see collision-wise. It's a bit of a calmer match so far. Everyone's kind of just to their own devices. As I say that, Wax and Jeff did have a small collision, but both went unscathed on their way. 105 to 102, sorry. Shadow getting touched by Tiger Melon while he was in a protected zone. That's a no-no. You need to be aware of your bumpers. Where is your chassis? So that foul is going to have implications, especially in such a close match. 127 to 119, 4 links apiece. We're going to see Jacob going up to place one. That's a middle link done for the Blue Alliance, but Red has responded with 2 extra links of their own. They've done their top 2 rows and are just looking to fill out the bottom. With 56 seconds left, we are definitely on pace for some high-scoring matches here from these 2 alliances. With 49 seconds to go, Red only has, looks like 2 more now to do on the hybrid, whereas we see there's still some middles to be done for the Blue Alliance. Those are also going to be worth more, and they're going to turn into more points later on. With 165 to 160, full grid done now. We're into the supercharged section for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance responding with that, but they actually still have that one hybrid node on the left-hand side to do. So we'll see if anyone notices that. Tiger Melon does have a cube rather. Diego looking to climb early. Does look like that is now a full grid for the Blue Alliance. We'll see who did more supercharging, and with 8 seconds left, who is going to climb? We've seen a lot of points be lost in the climbs at the last second. With 2 seconds left, who will get the balance? It is going to be the Blue Alliance with a 5-point victory over the Red Alliance. 210 to 215 is the score at the end of that match. And we'll look at that breakdown. It was all tied up. We can see the difference there. 3 points in auto, better for Red, but 3 points worse in teleop. So it all came down to that 1 5-point foul to be the difference maker in this match. So a big match there for RP for Jacob, Tiger Melon, and Waxton versus 2 RP Unicorn for Shadow, Diego, and Jeff. And that will definitely be something to look at when it comes to the rankings. Currently, our top seeded player after that match is Jeff in the 4th position.
Okay. I misunderstood what you were going for there. I thought you were saying like the top ranked player in the entire event was Jeff, who's in the 4th position. I was going to say that's a interesting statement.
Yeah,
but,
Jeff.
The top 5 after that is Tango, Cryoforce, Dar, Jeff, and Waxton.
Yeah, so Jeff and Waxton there, both in that match, but on opposite sides of the field.
And we can pop on over to our next match, which is just getting started, quals number 22.
Yep, 6 breakdown robots. While we are in the auto, waiting to see who does what. With 19 seconds left, TR Evan on the charge station for Red, Dar for Blue. We'll see if that counted as engaged or merely a dock. But it looks like it may have been engaged after all, with the advantage going to Blue early on. 55 to 58 is the score, and you can see there, again, emphasis on the cones for the Blue Alliance, especially up high. Red Alliance, though, doing what they can with what they have. Miss there from, I believe that was TR Evan. There's a cube where it doesn't belong, but it does fall to the hybrid node. And oh, big disaster there for Maktar, actually knocking out the entire column in the process. We're down to 1 piece when we had 3 at one point. Gabriel missing the shelf. Maybe not realizing they had a cube in their robot, but that is replaced there. So 100 to 86 as Gabriel is back across the field. TR Evan placing a cube. Maktar placing a cone, maybe? Try to pick up that tilted cone and do something useful with it. That is going to go up high. So that whole column has now been finally sorted out. 113 to 103 as the Blue Alliance now looks to start doing more of their cubes. As that you can see, they have a perfectly filled grid of cones. Any remaining cones will be relegated to super nodes or to those hybrid nodes at the bottom. But advantage is definitely in the Blue Alliance's hand right now, as they have just more links done. And they seem to be a little bit more composed, especially that placement situation we saw going on for red. 154 to 128, as the blue alliance is now 1 link away, and it looks like only 2 game pieces away from a full grid. Make that 1 now, as Louis goes to supercharge a node. They need to finish off that 1 spot, and it looks like Dara's recognized that and does do so. That's a full grid now for the blue alliance. TR Evan placing them for the red alliance, as does Gabriel. Maktar going to come in as well. Pop one in the hybrid node. Not sure if that's actually in. We'll have to see what the sim says. 15 seconds left. Louis and TR Evan are dancing in the middle of the field. TR Evan does finally break free and will make it across to supercharge before we hit the end game. With 6 seconds left, blue having some issues. They're trying to get up. Will red make it up? They do. Blue almost threw that at the end there, but they were able to get the balance and the triple. What looked like a slow start from the red alliance, they really came back charging, but it is going to be a blue alliance victory there, 205 to 197. Wowza. All right, so look at that breakdown. It started in auto. Red had a really good job of coming back. They had a lot of supercharged nodes ready to go once they hit that full grid. Perfect charge stations all around, so it is just that small difference in auto and teleop that the blue alliance outpaced red with. But really impressive stuff from both Alex, Dar, and Louis with 4 RP, Gabriel, Maktar, and TR Evan with 2. Cool.
Now let's move on to the peanut field for qualification number 23. We've got Ginger, Mercified, Tango. We've got Julia, Log. We've got Trevor.
Yeah, and we can see Julia throws a piece off the edge of the field. Unfortunate early on there as Mercified back on the Larry. Interesting to see that that's what they stuck with. And will be competing with TR Ever. Now, why am I saying that? Trevor goes to place. I said it one time as a joke, and now I can't get it out of my head. Log being bullied by Mercified super hard does get a foul for being pushed into the red human player zone. And Mercified now just really trying to bully Julia this time. No one is safe. Another foul, 94 to 64. Julia is on all 4 wheels. She just cannot get a break. Does finally make it to the human player station. 105 to 69, the current score, even though only 1 link apiece. So really big coming early on.
Yeah, red is dominating on the game pieces early. They were already like almost double the score coming out of auto, but then they've also been capitalizing on these fouls in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. It looked like Mercified was about to get Julia down there, but she escaped.
This time.
Yeah, it's not it's not helping the Blue Alliance. Those that extra dominant defense and shoving into that bottom right-hand corner. Oh, yeah. Mercified gets a little bit of the taste of their own medicine for a brief moment there.
Flew too close to the sun, flew too close to the charge station. I think we're going to see a lot more of this Larry in a limbs. I know teams right now are really trying to get these ranking points. Mercified making it almost impossible for Julia to break free. Soaring or flying. Log is free, sorry. It's Mercified and Trevor fighting against each other here. With 30 seconds left, 174 to 121. The score is dominant towards the Red Alliance, but what's the star of the show here is Mercified's defense. Almost gets pushed into the charge station, but backs off just in time. Is going to probably look at climb defense. Log gets caught out now, shoved away. And Trevor just trying to get back, trying to get this cone to the side of the field. Log pushes one, gets another foul with 5 seconds left. Mercified beelines back for the charge station. This is going to be our high score so far of 220 points. Missing the balance or the engage, but still really high scoring stuff from the Red Alliance.
We can look at these breakdowns now for qualification number 23. We see the 3 ranking points and the 1 ranking point going to each alliance. We're seeing these very dominant and exciting defensive matches where there's a lot of shoving going on, but like whenever we see that kind of a match, we're not seeing it be a unicorn match. We're often seeing both alliances missing out on potential ranking points. So I'm not really sure what like the end like balance is going to be, whether it's going to be these defensive dominant teams that are going to end up with the highest rankings, or if I feel like just based on how many I've seen and not with perfect ranking scores, I feel like that play might be good in the playoffs, but it's not being rewarded as much here in the qualifications anyways.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see, too. Mercified started out the day playing exclusively Breakdown for the first few matches, has now made the shift 2 matches in a row to the Larry. So I think it's a matter of looking at your competitors, seeing what you think they can do, and choosing accordingly, at least for quals. I'm not sure about playoffs. I think it'll be a lot more common there for sure. Speaking of Larry, we got Casey here versus Dilthang. Violence, waking up and choosing violence in the autonomous period. As we see out of auto, the score is 46-44, close, and yet it's still lower than we've seen in other matches already. As Casey and Mercified, both when they play the Larry, are basically exclusively defense robots. It's a 2v2, but with extra pain for those partners. All right, 64 points, so advantage is in the Blue Alliance's hands. Maybe it's the top hat power. Maybe the Red Alliance just needs extra top hat power. We see C has it, but Dilthang and Elliot do not. So I think it's the power of the hats that Red Alliance needs to really channel. Casey does get caught in the Red Alliance zone and will take the foul for that. But, oh boy, a tip there. Dilthang tipped over. We'll see what happens with that. But 71-105 is the current score. Another foul, though, Dilthang accidentally entering the blue human player zone when they were just trying to get back to their own community, and is a little rattled by that, has a hard time placing that cone, but does go on in the end. C and Elliot back in their community, scoring at the same time for the Red Alliance. Impressive stuff from the two of them. C getting stuck a little bit, but is freed. 127-96 as Apollo and Josh are doing the work for the Blue Alliance, and C getting caught out where he doesn't belong. Does unfortunately take a tech foul there, 141-96. These scores are definitely foul heavy there. As Blue Alliance, if any two players can get a full grid, I think Apollo and Josh are two of them. With the contributions of Casey from the auto period. With 25 seconds left, it's a big landslide lead for the Blue Alliance. They're also up by 7 links now. Just not getting the pieces where they need to be on the Red Alliance, getting really thrown by this defense. Elliot looking to play something. Maybe they were waiting at the end for the balance. Not really sure what the Red Alliance is doing. Blue Alliance, though, they're calm, cool, and collected, and they are up and engaged with 204. Dilthang wastes some time doing some spins, doesn't get it done. That's a huge margin of victory there, 204-128. We'll look at that breakdown. We'll see the penalties there weren't what made the difference. It's that teleop score. Red Alliance just had no answer to the Larry there. Just couldn't get where they wanted to be ever. And then that rattled them a little bit.
So there will be a yellow card and a tipping foul on Josh, which will give the whatever alliance it is, Red Alliance, 12 more points.
The whatever alliance receiving their extra 12 points does not change the outcome of the match, but it does change the ultimate score. There is a bit of a question box happening, so we'll see if that changes further. But for the time being, I think the score ends up being like 140-204 when you add 12 points for red.
Yeah. We should be able to hop on over to the peanut field for match number 25. Let's see what's going on there.
Well, over there, looks like it's going to be a much calmer match. I don't see a Larry robot, so it's a little calm. looks like we don't even have robots contesting other game pieces. Diego could take the advantage to go for that extra cute cone left by the Blue Alliance, but they opt not to. Will still be advantage to the Red Alliance as they cleared off their entire preload sect before auto ended. Blue did not. Sorry, I have the hiccups. Give me a sec. Okay, 80-65 is the advantage for the Red Alliance as Tiger, Dar, and Diego are on the way. A game piece goes flying out of the field for the Red Alliance. That'll land back on the field eventually. But Alex, Louis, and Maktar are going to be looking to pick up the pace. They don't have the links and they don't have the pieces right now. Maktar actually dropping one, but it does land in the hybrid node. We'll see if that actually counts for the time being. The main thing is just getting these links done quickly if you want to look intimidating on the scoreboard. As it's 109-89, that's 20-point gap between these two alliances, and Tiger has one. Another piece to say about that, that's going to be a link done high, but gets in Diego's way. Doesn't seem to communicate with his partners where he's going, which is unfortunate for them. 129-102 with a minute left on the clock. We see all three red robots at the human player station at the same time. Not great coordination wise, as we see Tiger now picking up a cube off the floor, blocking Dar, who's just trying to get some more pieces for their alliance. And Dar doesn't get the piece the first time around either. They do have the lead, but they can't afford to make mistakes like that, as they are at 8 links. They are going to want to finish that grid to start supercharging it quickly. 5 links on the board for the Blue Alliance. Still have time to finish the grid, but it is looking a little bit tricky for them. They have to figure out where they're missing places and fix it accordingly. 168-147, 9-7 is the link. We have a full grid for the Red Alliance. Alex coming across for Blue, goes over the cable guard. Diego goes through the open sector to supercharge a hybrid node for the Red Alliance. 176-162 as the grid is now full for both alliances. Who has been supercharging earlier? Maktar does get another cone in there. We see already early looks towards the driver station. Tiger and Alex make contact, but they are off their separate ways as they go up for the balance. Who will get it? With 1 second left, it's an insanely close match, but the engage comes through at the last second for the Red Alliance. They were up early, they made some mistakes, but they held it together, and it's 210-201, the score at the end of that match. Looking at our breakdown, we see it was a unicorn match in the end, the difference there being the advantage early on in auto and the teleop score as well, probably 1 extra charged node, but that's going to be a win there and 4 ranking points for Dar, Diego, and Tiger Melon.
Okay, we actually have another tipping call from match number 24. It's going to be on Seagorms, which is another yellow, aka another red for Seagorms. And another 12 points for the Red Alliance, racking up those cards.
Alright, so that final score for the Red Alliance will now be 152 points. Still not enough, they're now down 50 points, approximately. But I guess the conversation is Larry worth it? If you're just red carding yourself every match, yeah, your partners are probably saying, yeah, go for it, like, we want to win, but if you're not getting the benefits of what you're actually doing, is it still worth it? Well, we'll find out, because Mercified is now back on the Larry. The two of them are going hard with 2. Let's see if what seeds we've got in this match. The highest seed that we have in this match appears to be Ginger in 7th? That seems wrong. Anyways, whatever. We got fouls already happening here. 2:02 on the clock, and it's a classic Larry Demolition Derby. As we see Ginger and Mercified making contact in the middle of the field. And Mercified really just not letting anyone go where they want to go. He's waiting. Lies in wait for Ginger, who has this cone, and it's like, please, sir, let me drop my cone off. And Mercified's just like, no, there'll be no mercy here. With 90 seconds on the clock, it is a Blue Alliance advantage. So we're seeing here 2 links already done by them, only 1 done by the Red Alliance. That's an up high one. Make that 2 now, as they've done 2 of their high links. with 100 points to 88. It's only a 12, make that a 9-point now advantage between these two alliances, and now it's back to 12 naturally, or 11, even better. Mercified and Ginger now just bullying each other, and it looks like Mercified's winning because Ginger can't get back to that human player station. We'll see if they're able to finally break free. They do, but that's because Mercified has moved on to another target, and it's Jacob and Log simultaneously. Ginger now has the cone, does actually slip away. Good counterplay. Jacob will do the same, has to take to the charge station to do so, but will get to place a piece for that alliance. And that's keeping them in it, honestly. Log and Mercified holding each other, blocking each other, is allowing Ginger and Jacob to continue cycling for the Blue Alliance. I guess they're figuring if it's a 2v3, we may as well just make it a 2v2 and go from there. Finally breaking free with the cone of their intake. It's 133 to 128, so still anyone's game here as we're even on links and it's all down to placement. A foul though, Ginger getting caught out by Mercified will hurt and flip that score to give Red Alliance the lead in the match. Blue Alliance will respond there. They took it back briefly and have two players coming back with game pieces with 6 seconds left. This match has gone by so quickly. We'll see what happens on the charge station as the clock strikes 1. Blue Alliance doesn't quite make it, and it's 173 to 152. This is one of the first ones I've seen where they've been up on links and still lost, but it comes down to that charge station and that ruthless Larry play from Mercified definitely making a difference. We'll see what that turns into on the breakdown. And it is a 3 RP victory there. Julia, Mercified, and Tier Evan. The teleop score there tells the world of difference, and the charge station just not going the Blue Alliance's way. Only 16 points there is really painful. So their advantage out of auto quickly squandered by the charge station deficit.
We're going to pop right on over to the Peanut Field for qualification number 27. On the Red Alliance, we've got One Shaduff, Casey Wax. On the Blue Alliance, we've got Elliot, Josh, and Trevor. Off to a fast start so far. Casey and Trevor are the respective robots that are going for those charge station balances. They both get them. We've got it mostly even, a little bit of an advantage for that Blue Alliance coming right out of the auto.
I do want to point out that we have Josh on the Everybot. We have our first Everybot appearance.
That is the first Everybot appearance. It's going to be certainly very interesting to see how that goes for the Blue Alliance. I mean, they are off to an early lead so far. They were the first to score a link. The Red now has retaliated with a link. Both alliances are not too far away from getting their second links. We see some fouls down there. I think that was Trevor entering the red zone. So that's some extra points for Red Alliance.
Yep. Oh, Casey, brutal, stealing the cube out of the 254 robot. Has a hard time picking it up. Oh, double possession foul possibly for Red. Has a hard time picking it up, so we'll just shove it for the breakdown partners to place. Wax tipping himself on a cone, driving over it because why not? Josh, who has no floor pickup, says, yeah, I'll drive over it too while we're at it. With 4-2 on the links, but the score is much closer than that. Look at it there, 114 to 116 now, as it's going back and forth all match long. Josh has a cone, had to place it hybrid, as he was on the wrong side of the... I don't know, he just didn't bother supercharging it. He just placed it in the hybrid. 120 to 123. Red Alliance missing out on a few of their low game pieces. The Blue Alliance has a lot of cubes to do. Elliot has one, but Casey was being the Larry in the situation and not letting him by. Another foul did just happen there, if you saw that in the Blue Alliance zone. So still a very contact heavy match as Casey gets caught in the blue zone where he does not belong. 166 to 143 as we're down to 10 seconds left. Who is going to go for the climbs? We're not going to see any fill grids here, but we might see a triple balance. Casey trying to quickly come around for blue or red, doesn't do it. It's going to be 180 to 159, and I think that's going to involve the penalties. That's going to be part of it. what a match indeed we saw there. The Everybot coming out on top of the Larry. 3 ranking points, 34 points there. Only 16 points in the charge station for Red. Painful loss there for them. As apparently the counter to a Larry is an Everybot. Who would have known? We can take a quick look at the rankings while we're getting ready, because I think we're 2/3 of the way through now. Our elimination bracket, or qualification bracket. And we've got Dar at the top of the leaderboard with his 7 matches. Tango not too far behind, needs 4 RP to stay on pace. Then we got Jeff, Cryo, Tiger, our top 5, Josh, Apollo, and Mercified, our top 8, who would be our initial 8 alliance captains, assuming no interpicking, which there will definitely be interpicking.
All right, with that, we're going to head on over to our butter field for qualification number 28. Over here on butter, we have Dilthang, Jeff, and Tango. On red, we've got Apollo, C, and Gabriel on blue. I'm seeing Jeff get pushed and almost
dragged.
Grabbed, tipped,
I wouldn't
stabbed,
call that
dragged.
pushed.
Yeah,
Stabbed.
lots of penalties, many penalties happening here. Being completely locked into that zone and prevented from escaping. Lots of penalties going. Yeah. Jeff finally able to
does
escape.
do so, but that was not the start Jeff wanted to the match for sure. C actually penalizing himself, accidentally holding 2 pieces as well. This has been a high stakes match. We see C does place that cone, but man, poor Jeff can't catch a break in the first bit of this match, can he? We'll see. C is going for the cube cone, trying to get it out of the human player station, can't do so, moves back, goes to the shelf instead, 92 to 85, but the crazy thing is C is now tipping on himself thanks to the help of Dilthang on the Red Alliance, so this is a crazy match already. 107 to 105 now, points separated by 2, and we can look and see the red grid appears a bit more full at first glance. They also have 4 links compared to the blue alliance's 2, and they have the advantage by a single point. Pretty crazy early on how close this is. Tango placing one in the middle row. Dilthang placing one also in the middle row, I believe. 132 to 120 as Red Alliance gets a little bit of breathing room, but it's nothing to hold on to for too far. We see Tango and Dilthang both chucking those cubes across the charge station, trying to get that benefit there. Jeff going for one of our last placements required. C and Apollo working away on the Blue Alliance station. 166 to 135 as the Red Alliance has now finished their grid and they're just going to supercharge. Blue Alliance still has a ways to go there. Their grid looks a little messier. Some of the cubes on the high and middle shelf yet to be done, but Apollo and C are working on that. They just placed 2 of the remaining slots. 12 seconds left. It's 184 to 168. It's going to be the climbs again. Red Alliance going up early. They do not want to get caught with their pants down. With 3 seconds left, they are clear. Blue Alliance, on the other hand, not so much. It's 188 to 208, a 20-point victory there for the Red Alliance. But we'll see what happened there. We have people in the question box already, so we'll take a look at that later.
Yeah, certainly an eventful match. I mean, we had that interesting part at the beginning with Jeff getting completely trapped in that blue zone. Sorry, I'm talking about this. I should be showing the match breakdown for 28. It is probably going to be reviewed. I don't know what the outcome of the review will be just yet, but...
You don't? How do you not know the outcome of a conversation that hasn't happened yet?
Yeah. I mean... I know man? I know I'm pretty good, but I don't know in this particular instance. Yeah. But while we're getting that one sorted out, why not hop on over to qualification number 29? Qualification number 29 happening over here on the Peanut Field. Let's get started in 3 seconds with Dar, Ginger, TR Evan versus Diego, Jacob, and Mercified.
Yeah, Dar, your number 2 seed for the time being. We'll look to take back that number 1 slot from Tango as they are going back and forth for that number 1 seed. 2:15 left, and it is a slight advantage to the Red Lions, 1 point to be precise. We'll see what that settles out at when it comes down to it at the end of the match. Okay, so Diego trying to place high, having some issues there with the breakdown. Will opt for a hybrid placement and abort mission. Gonna head back across the field there. All 3 blue robots were in the human player zone. They have now kind of dispersed. But Diego having a bit of a tricky time with the pickup as well. Cones not working, getting caught out by Ginger, who has now gone to the Larry. Looks like people are getting ready for quals, where things are, I guess, predicted to be a little bit more violent. As Diego places a cone, Jacob does the same for the Blue Alliance. So Blue Alliance working on setting up those nodes. Red Alliance has 1 piece left to go up high, and then has the whole middle and bottom to do. Jacob versus Dar, tech foul there going towards Jacob. Or I guess it's just a normal foul, whatever. 99 to 95, so 4-point difference here between your 2 alliances with a minute left. I find with Larry, I find these matches go by a lot quicker because normally I'm looking at these links to kind of see where we're at. Ginger tipping himself, and when the link numbers are lower, I'm like, the match is going by so much slower. We see 50 seconds left here, 3-2 on the links, 122 to 98. Gonna be really tricky for anyone to go and get that full grid right now. But with 45 seconds left, these alliances will be working hard to do so, especially Dar, who's hunting down for that number 1 seed, 133 to 111 there. Ginger going after Mercified. Mercified back on the breakdown. We didn't notice him because he was doing something normal for a change. 151 to 129. Mercified playing a taste of his own medicine almost, as he's been doing that defense to everyone else so far. 156 to 131, 15 seconds left. 7 links to 7. So it's going to be these climbs at the end. We'll see Blue already have Diego tilting it, ready on one side. Jacob actually touching the opposite charge station by Ginger. That's going to be hurtful for them as the clock hits 0. 185 to 176 is your temporary score, but I would not be surprised if this one went to the ref box as well, just with some contact at the end there. We shall see, though. We can look at our breakdown as it stands. And it is a temporary 185 to 176, 32 to 34 on the charge station, so everyone gets that ranking point. But the teleop score there, just the Blue Alliance was like ahead on pace, but down on penalties. 4 penalties is indeed a lot of penalties. So we'll see if anything happens there. We do still have Cobby in the question box handling Quals 28. So we might be here for a little bit. So why don't we take a quick little peek?
Yeah, let's peek at the rankings.
Yeah. Okay, now that everyone's looked at the rankings, let's talk about them a little bit. Tango is currently your number 1 seed, but is down a match on Dar. So if Tango gets 4 RP, we'll grab it over Dar heading into both of their final matches. So remember, 9 matches apiece. 6 plus 1 is 7, so has 2 matches left to go. Dar only having 1 match left to go. So if Tango gets 4 RP, that'll be pretty significant there. And I'll see if there's any interesting matches coming up in our last few matches that will deal with any of that. It would have been really spicy as if Dar and Tango were against each other, but I'm not seeing any matches where that's the case, which is a little bit sad, because that would have been, scripted, but, good, you know? Anyways, so Tango has 2 to go, and we'll actually be playing in Quals 36, so we might even be waiting till the last match to figure out who our number 1 seed is. But we do have Jeff, Cryo, Tiger, your current top 5. Just taking a look right now. We can preview Quals 30 as well. We're just trying to figure out reffing wise what's happening in that regard. But on red, we'll have Seagorms, Log, and Louis versus Trevor, Tiger Melon, and Shadif. So our highest seeded player going into this next match is going to be Tiger Melon, sitting in 5th position. And in a position to make some gains. Is currently tied with Josh and Tiger. We do have...
Okay, we're ready to start qualification 30.
Give it 1 second, sorry. We are just confirming with one of the players from the match who said they are stepping away from the computer for a second. So just want to check in. Yeah. I know, I was like about ready to say, yeah, let's get started. But while we're doing that, I'll keep talking about the rankings. You see here, Cryoforce is ahead a match on Jeff, but Jeff is like average score ahead. So if Jeff gets a good match next, will probably overtake Cryoforce in the rankings and has a little bit of a gap to Tiger and Josh, who are currently sitting 5th and 6th. Okay.
Okay,
and,
we're ready.
I think now we are ready to start Quals 30.
Okay, let's head over to the Butterfield. Here on the Butterfield, we have Casey, Log, Luis. We have One Duff, Tiger Melon, and Trevor.
Yeah, Tiger currently sitting in 5th seed, your highest ranking player coming to this match, but all of these players have ranks to play for in the championship event, and they're going to want to impress the potential alliance captains. All right. As auto ends, it is an advantage for the Blue Alliance, but we've seen Casey play this very defense-heavy Larry and already catching Shadif where he doesn't belong in the human player zone. Now pulling on Trevor, trying to get him fouled out, and does do so. We'll see what happens there, as it appears the two may be slightly entangled. Trevor does have to do a reset to break free and is straight back into the clutches of Casey. We'll see what ends up happening there. 79-74 is the current score. Casey relentless, but does actually get penalized for it. So the penalty that he got earlier is now negated, as it's 94-92, 2-2 links apiece. Will we see any full grids when there's a Larry on the field? We'll see. 99-92 as the Red Alliance is doing what they can. Larry and Shadif there, or Casey and Shadif there, seems to be caught in each other. Once again, Shadif will go for the tip, and Casey steals the cone, throws it across the field. Shadif will actually go try to take that back and gets caught for it. Gets a little bit greedy there, trying to get their game piece back. They're fighting over this cone. Casey's driving over it. Shadif's driving over it. Ultimately, will pick it back up. Casey relentless in this defense. 141-102, as this defense is so hard to fight. But the Blue Alliance is doing everything they can. They're 30 points down with 45 seconds left. Tiger Melon falls over. We'll see if Casey had anything to do with that in the tipping there. And Shadif gets pushed back into the red human player zone with 35 seconds left. This is again a violent match. Casey pushing a cube over, doing that half defense, half offense move, trying to steal game pieces from their opponents. Log and Louis putting in the offensive heavy work for the Red Alliance. Looks like they've almost finished that middle row, but that cone is tilted at a weird angle. I don't think that's going to work for you, Lewis. Drop it in the hybrid and carry on. 12 seconds left, and it is still anyone's game. We do see the Blue Alliance trying to get the triple balance. Red Alliance, unless they fail it spectacularly, they probably have this in the bag, but we'll see. With 215-172, the match is going to be under review.
I already have a call for this match, and then I think Cobb has some stuff.
Do you want to go talk in the question box with the people first?
I'm gonna say what I saw because it was very obvious.
Okay.
So there were a multitude of entanglement / tipping / forcing fouls, which is going to result in 6 tech fouls given to the Blue Alliance, including another red card for Casey. So, yeah. Blue Alliance will be winning this one.
Wowza! That's intense. Do you want to go talk to them with the question marks now and explain yourself? All right. We will
Okay. My
6
turn?
times. We'll just announce the final score. Give me a sec. So,
Okay.
6 times 12 for the record is an additional 72 points on top of the 172 points, making it a 244 point win to 215 for the Red Alliance. So, swing there in that match. Obviously being discussed still, but that's the score as it stands. Now, Evan, tell us about match 28.
Yes. 1 second. What's 72 plus 5? Okay. Match 28. There were 2 tipping tech fouls, one against Apollo, one against Dilthang. Since both of them had yellow cards previously, they will both be receiving red cards, and 12 points will be added to each alliance's score.
Okay, well, if each alliance is getting 12 points, that's not going to change the outcome of the match as a concept, but it will change for those who received red cards and lose all their points. So that'll change some stuff. So we'll get that done. We'll see what happens there.
Yeah. So a lot of exciting commotion, depending on how you define excitement. Brandon, any other updates?
No changes.
Okay.
So we are going to see a massive 6 tech fouls given to the Blue Alliance.
Okay. So with that, that's qualification 29 and 30 in the books and finalized. And we should be ready to start qualification 31 soon. Any are referees ready to start qualification 31? One moment.
I am not
needed?
yet.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. That's yeah. A lot of stuff has been going on, so we'll give you a minute to get started, or to get ready.
Why don't we put up the
Right, we're good.
Okay. With qualification number 31 on the peanut field, let's get the peanut field on the screen. We've got Apollo Dilthang Julia versus Alex Clute C Wax.
Yeah, and this is going to be an important match here as we have some players with very high ranks, including Waxton, who's ranked number 8, so not as high as I thought, but still pretty in there, especially given that people are getting red cards left, right, center. All right, 43 to 35, make that 43 to 40 out of 40, whatever, I give up. 58 to 52, there's already fouls on the field. Julia's resetting. Everyone is on the move here in qualification match number 31. They don't want it to be easy for the refs today. We see cubes flying in from outer space, 70 to 58, the current score. Only 1 link on the field, and it's 1:45 left in the match. Make that 2 links now. Red said, okay, fine, we'll do 1 too. All right, 9 points separating these 2 alliances as we see Alex has a cone. It's going to go up on the for the Blue Alliance with 1:30 left on the clock. A foul as Julia is in the blue human player zone. That's not where you belong. As a Red Alliance robot with 98 to 89 is now the score. C and Alex having a bit of a standoff, which would be great if they weren't teammates, but unfortunately they are, so that slows down both of their cycle times. Julia going to place a piece for the Red Alliance. That's going to go up high and finish their whole high row. They can now look towards the middle and the hybrid nodes now that they are done with that. 131 to 113, the current score. Blue Alliance seems to have composed themselves a little bit as Alex puts one in the middle. C in the hybrid zone with 146 to 115. 6 links to 4. Make that 5 as that one piece comes in. Looks like the Red Alliance has mostly to do their mids. They're missing all 3. Make that 2 of them now. And already has some supercharged pieces. Apollo's being bullied by Waxton and C. Does finally break free with 157 to 137, the current score. So 30 seconds left. Still anybody's match. But the Red Alliance is definitely feeling that deficit with 21 seconds left. They may still be on pace, though, to get that full grid, and they do get a full grid. Blue Alliance has yet to do so, but they will now do so with the placement of that cube by Waxton. 10 seconds left. Red Alliance looking to the climbs. Will Blue Alliance do it? Looks like Waxton was placing a cube in a different place. An attempt at a hybrid or a thing, like a supercharged one, didn't work, but they do have the advantage there. Waxton, C, and Alex taking the win there, 209 to 195, but props to Red. They really did keep it close, even though they had the rough start. All right, looking at this breakdown, penalties, a really big part of that match. And by really big part, I mean making the difference, because Red outclassed the Blue Alliance in all other aspects. 38 charge station points, auto score was better by a point, teleop score was better by 5 points, but 3 penalties, just too much for the Blue Alliance to get beaten by. So there you have it. That's the winners of 31, and that's going to be good for Wax, who was sitting in the 8th. Does pop up to 7th after that match.
All right, that's 31 in the books. Let's move to the Butterfield, where we should be able to get started on qualification number 32. Number 32 will be Gabriel, Jeff, Josh versus Elliot, Maktar, Tango.
We see all 6 robots are back on breakdown, so expect a high-octane, high-scoring match with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. We're already seeing some defense, though. Maktar and Josh locking up together, and that prevented Maktar from finishing their auto the way they would have liked. 207 to 207 left, and it looks like Red may have missed their charge station robot. That'll come back to hurt their ranking points if that is truly the case. With 1 minute and 53 left, we are going to see different strategies coming out from these two alliances. They do both have the full breakdown robots. However, we're going to see how they place things, where they place them, who is placing them, and if anyone is going to play a little bit of hybrid defense. Right now, though, everyone's just trying to focus on scoring. One piece did clearly fall into the air as we see one shoot down from the sky, but everyone's really just going to their human player station and picking up. A little bit of difficulty for Elliot there, but does ultimately get the cone that they were looking for. Gabriel pushes a cube into a hybrid node, is going to actually pick that up to score it high. That'll finish off the high row if he's able to do so, but opts to abandon ship and just go get another piece. That'll get put up by Jeff to finish the high row for the Red Alliance in response to the already finished row by the Blue Alliance. 57 seconds left, and it is still anybody's game here. Slight advantage to the Red Alliance, make that a 25-point advantage to them. But they also do have those 10 extra points from the links that Red doesn't do. Tango, Elliot, and Maktar working pretty quickly to try and get things done. We're even seeing Maktar go for a supercharged pylon node early on. We'll hear here that it looks like Jeff and Gabriel are both going for to finish off that grid. Blue has already done so. They've got one piece left. Will Josh place it? Seems to drop it, but someone else I'm sure will be back to finish off that last hybrid piece. 15 seconds left, 20-point advantage to the Blue Alliance, but we've seen that all fall apart in the climbs. Elliot and Josh do make contact, and Josh loses his piece. Does have it, though, again, will drop it hybrid and try to go climbing. We'll see at the end of the match, it looks like Blue lost their balance, and that's going to mean they lose the match. Absolutely devastating from them. They had it, the advantage the whole time, but that balance just did not come through for them when they needed it. They disengaged and only docked. That'll be 202 to 194 in quals 32. Okay, well, that was exciting. We see here auto score advantage was to the Red Alliance, but the charge station was max points. Blue Alliance did not get max points in the charge station. That's going to hurt them pretty hard as they lose that ranking point as well. And that's going to really hurt Tango, who was first in the rankings, drops to third and puts Jeff P1 for the time being. So big moves there as Jeff shoots up to first, Josh to fourth, Tango down to third after that match. So still one match left for pretty much everyone. We'll see in quals 33. Casey, Ginger, Lewis versus Shaduf, Log, and Dar. And Casey is back on the Larry, not dissuaded by his red cards, is enjoying the style of play. And does push in a cube. A little bit of a scrappy auto from the Red Alliance is that they missed one of their low placements, but honestly not that bad, all things considered. That's just 1 point. Casey already bullying Log, Lewis and Dar playing with each other, and those are just breakdown robots, let alone our defense-heavy Larry. As we see Log making contact with Casey early on, he's trying to block off that path with the guardrail, trying to block Dar from getting back to the community, but gets caught out, gets fouled. 82 to 59 is the current points lead. So with 90 seconds left, we are seeing Dar and the Casey going at it pretty hard in the middle of the field. Casey just monitoring that center line. The arm going up and tipping over Log again, and we've seen that before, and I didn't like the ending. Casey now holding Log in place. Log will have to reset to get out of that, and does do so. 109 to 91. We see these players here are just violent today. Don't seem to care. Casey's probably given up on his rank by now. I would hazard a guess, and is just trying to play for fun. Log versus Casey here, side by side action. Ooh, a good toss there. Cube got tossed across the field for the Red Alliance, and Lewis is able to pick that up and place it. They are missing their high cubes and have instead a supercharged node in the hybrid of 3 cubes. So perfect place for them to get some cheap cycles. 34 seconds left, and it is advantage to the Red Alliance, 148 to 139. A foul does come in, and I think that was Log getting called out in it with 25 seconds left. Blue almost has a full grid, so despite Casey's defense, these 3 seem to have figured out some synergy here. Casey gets caught out, and actually that's going to be one of our first full grids under Larry defense. With 10 seconds left, we're going to see Red Alliance a little bit late to the charge station. Blue Alliance is going to be poised. As 4 seconds, 3 seconds, will Red get up in time? They seem to have, but with not enough for the win there. 201 to 186 is the score at the end of the match.
Okay, we're going to be having an extra 12 points to the Blue Alliance and another red card to Casey for a tip.
Sorry, and just to clarify, are these additional yellow cards that are being converted to red cards?
Yeah,
or
correct.
Okay. I was going to be like, damn, we've just gone straight to the red here. That'd be brutal. But that's going to be 213 to 186 is the score. Looking at the breakdown there, 38 points in charge station is enough for them to get that ranking point. And they did get the full grid, so we can take a look. Quals 33, see in the rankings that pushes Dar back up into that first place, but he is now done for the day. Well, until like elims, obviously, but he is done for quals. Jeff still has a match to go and does still have the ability to steal that first seed back. So that'll be something to look forward to, I suppose, if you're Jeff.
Yeah, and you were mentioning Casey doesn't care about his ranking anymore. I think it's possible that Casey is trying to show... Well, I mean, here's the condition, right? Is that Casey's trying to find where the line is in terms of where the defensive line is, and is continuing to test where that line is. And is also trying to show Alliance partners and Alliance captains that he'll be actually selecting that they can be a very strong defensive partner on their alliance. So
I think that's fair. That's a fair consideration to make as well. I think it'd be fair to say that about pretty much any of the robots who have been reliably getting red cards. All right, 34. And we're back to a more relaxed 6 breakdown match. Well, I say relaxed. Who knows what's going to happen here? And we're going to see in Quals 34, we got players up on the charge station nice and early, trying to get those points out of auto. 53-41 is the current score, so red advantage, and that's Apollo, C, and Jacob versus Diego, TR Evan, and Alex. Let's see if there's anything interesting happening. We see Diego having a bit of a doozy there with that cone, trying to find a place to put it, and it does go high. He will cross that charge station with a 10-point advantage to the Blue Alliance as it stands. Alex placing mid, working his way down with those cones. Red Alliance focusing more on the hybrid node to start, as we see Apollo just chucking pieces across the charge station and letting C do the finessing, the replacements to try and maximize those gained pieces. 92-93 is the current score. The hybrid node's completely finished for the Red Alliance, as Apollo briefly picks up 2 pieces there, but does end up dropping the one to score it. 105-101 the current score, with advantage in the Red Alliance's favor, but it's not by much. We see Apollo and Jacob both picking up pieces. They're going to cross the field for red. Alex going back for one for blue. Blue Alliance seems to be a little bit better synced up, although TR Evan going very dangerously through the Red Alliance human player zone. So Red Alliance has more links done than their Blue Alliance partners. 6-6, never mind, they are now even, I guess. Okay, so 45 seconds left, and it is still anybody's game. We've got TR Evan picking up one off the floor for the breakdown robot. Gonna put that in as a supercharged one. Doesn't look like there's anywhere to upgrade it to. 32 seconds left, and it is so close to finishing up those grids. The Red Alliance just needs one more cube. The Blue Alliance seems to have just finished it off. Yep, that's correct, and it's 162-157. So Blue Alliance can start supercharging with only 15 seconds left. C is crossing the field for one last late cycle from the Red Alliance. Jacob already up, first one on the charge station of the 6 robots, 191-169. We'll see Alex go up for blue. Diego and TR Evan, they came on from opposite sides, but they both did get it at the end. Paulo missed the charge station, but it seemed to be okay, because for them it's a 201-point victory over the 193 of the Blue Alliance. Tight match, close match, and we will see what that breakdown shows. Shows me that there was a difference in auto out of the gate, and then just a small, a little bit better in tele-up, which made up for the fact that the Red Alliance missed a climb in the end game there. All right. Well, that was exciting. Quals 34. We only have 2 more quals left to go. How nifty is that?
That's quite nifty. I do have to say so.
We are cruising for a roosin'.
Let's head over to Peanut. This is going to be the last qualification match played on Peanut. Qualification number 35.
And it already starts with a foul for Dilthing. We actually have 2 Larrys on the Blue Alliance and then every bot on red. I can already hear chaos calling with the auto advantage going to the Red Alliance. Possibly unsurprisingly, because they have a way more scoring power with that 2 breakdown robot. Josh getting caught out. Dilthing getting caught, or Wax getting caught out. Josh getting caught out again. Oh, it's so many fouls, and it's only been 15 seconds of tele-op. We see robots pushing. Josh there has a cube in his robot and is being bullied by the 2 Larrys, trying to get back to place it. But this also does force Trevor to do like all the scoring for the Blue Alliance. So I guess they're just trying to see if it's worth it. As Maktar, my goodness, getting shoved in to the blue human player station. 78-75. So I'm thinking all these fouls are making up for the lack of scoring power, because poor Trevor just trying to fill the grid, man, all by himself. With the 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock, we've got like 2 links total for the Red Alliance and 1 link for the Blue Alliance. Interesting strategy for sure coming out from the blue. Josh has a cone, is going to try and get across the field, is facing some issues there, and does get pushed into the charge station by the Larry couple. Will drop off a piece in the hybrid. It's 108 to 103. As we'll see with 50 seconds left, advantage going to the Red Alliance by a slim margin of 5 points. Josh versus Matthew hanging out in the corner. Wax and Maktar providing emotional support as we see a Larry go scattering across the field. I do not envy the referee who has to handle this match with 34 seconds left. It is still a 5-point advantage. Make that a 2-point advantage for the Red Alliance. We're seeing here lots of contact as Josh has a cone. Will drop it in the hybrid node. Another foul, another tipped over robot. I don't know what's happening anymore. With 15 seconds left, we're seeing another foul as the Larry gets caught out. The arms are up high. It's on the opposite charge station with 8 seconds left. There's 5 links for red. There's 3 for blue. There's robots on top of each other, and it's just all a mess. I don't know what I just witnessed, but I know it was not in the standard of gameplay that we have come to expect in xRC. And that was the penultimate match of the qualification rounds. At the end of it, this is what it looked like. It was 184 to 151. With 7 penalties for the Blue Alliance and 5 for the Red. Anyone else have anything to say or contribute on that, or am I alone in my suffering?
You're alone. No worries.
We'll be reviewing that match after the next match happens.
Alright, sounds like both refs are gonna work together on that one, and I cannot blame them because that was just interesting, to say the least. Alright, but this last match is going to be a very important one. We have Jeff, Elliot, and Gabriel versus Tango, Julia, and Tiger Melon, and this is the match that is going to decide our number 1 seed. If Jeff gets 4 ranking points, he is tied on RP with Dar, and it will come down to the tiebreaker, which they are. I don't know if the match has started yet. Has it? Okay, perfect.
Well, it did start, but there was not the correct people on the field.
Excellent. So 1734 minus 1582. So if Jeff gets 4 RP and scores more than 152 points this match, Jeff will be our number 1 seed. If that doesn't happen, then Dar will be your number 1 seed. We also do have Tango, who, if Jeff loses, can overtake Jeff for the number 2 seed. So, big match here for Jeff. We also have Josh in play as well. If Jeff gets 1 or no RP, he's going to have to face off against Josh, although likely will beat Josh in that tiebreaker. It's just, this is a high stakes match when you've got positions up for grabs. Let's get right into it, and hopefully this one goes a little bit more according to plan. Robots on the move. We see Jeff and Tango both going for that 3 game piece auto. Tango does lose track of that cube, but does ultimately get to it. Tiger seems to do it. Don't know why Julia and Tango drove into each other in the middle of their zone, but I guess that happens sometimes. 42 to 38 is the score, seemingly a bit low out of auto. Looks like there were 2 pieces that got supercharged when they shouldn't have been, so that's going to hurt the the Blue Alliance. Jeff's going to be happy to hear that, though. Is up by 6 points, 59 to 53. With everyone on the move now, it is still anybody's game. There's still only 2 points separating these alliances. The first link is finished by the Blue Alliance. It's the upper right. Blue Alliance is working on some more, though. You're seeing the more columnal versus the more row-like approach. that's being taken by the Red Alliance. With 90 seconds left, it's still 4 points separating them. Not a lot of links thus far, but that's because the Blue Alliance was focused on cubes early, and the Red Alliance seemed to be focused on cones. 1 point separating the two. I've got a feeling it's going to come down to something super small here. A small mistake will cost you heavily. Julia going to place a cone does seem to get a little out of sorts over the charge station, but is balanced herself and is back on it. With just a minute left on the clock, there's still plenty of time for these teams to finish getting this grid full and get to the supercharged nodes. 55 seconds left on the clock. We see Tiger Melon trying to come back around. Takes the long way because Julia was coming in with some game pieces. She's going to right one of them. Tango chucking some cubes over. They are they're not in the hybrid nodes, but they're available for upgrading, as we call it, with 35 seconds left. Red Alliance is down by about 5 points, but both alliances are close to finishing the grid. It looks like Jeff is just picking up a hybrid node and placing it in to finish the grid. So we're going to see who can supercharge faster. This is a pure offensive match we're seeing here with 19 seconds left. It's insanely close. We're seeing Tango maybe a little bit of difficulty with that cone, trying to find a good place for it. Does ultimately get it placed. It's all tied up with 9 seconds left. It's going to come down to the balancing. We're seeing Elliot's out there really late, chucks a piece over, does not count for supercharged, and with 1 second left, they get it by 5 points, and that is going to solidify the deal there. That's going to be one supercharged node making the difference, and that's that game piece that's stuck in Tiger Melon or Tango's intake there. Huge from Jeff, and that's going to, at least temporarily, assuming everything stands, put Jeff in that number 1 seed at xRC Champs. So let's look at the breakdown. We see 4 ranking points for the Red Alliance, a perfect grid for both alliances. It's a 4-point difference in the teleop and a slight change in the auto. That's where Red was ahead. Blue Alliance just wasn't able to fix that. There is going to be a Zebra Huddle to discuss match 35, so you're going to be hanging out with us for a little bit. But we will be hopping right into the Alliance selection.
Yeah, our goal with Alliance selection is for it to happen pretty swiftly, and then for limbs to start pretty soon. Because, of course, we are doing our never-before-done triple elimination playoffs today, which are expected to take longer than usual playoffs. So we want to get them started as soon as we can. So that means that Alliance selection is about to begin. Once again, that means that if you are the number 1 Alliance captain, which is Jeff, then I would just get thinking about who you'd want to pick. We can also talk about the OPRs on the stream, since you can't see them. Jeff is number 1 in OPR with an OPR of 80.29. The next top OPR holders are Tango, Tiger Melon, Waxton, and Apollo. Interestingly, Tango is there in your number 4 seed in terms of rankings, but none of those other people are in your top 5 of the rankings. So, we might not see, exactly picking right down the ranks, as you rarely see, I guess, but just something to keep in mind. Okay, we're going to head on over to our Alliance selection scene, since we're ready to get started with Alliance selection soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're just about ready to start Alliance selection. Sorry for the delays. We had a little bit of a substitution over here. Dilthang is being replaced by Space, another competitor that competed in our season of SRC Charged Up, and they're going to be joining as the last seed as a substitution. So we're going to get started by bringing in here Jeff. Jeff is our number 1 rank with 31 ranking points, a total 7-2 win-loss record. Jeff, welcome. You are the captain of the number 1 Alliance. who would you like to invite to join you on the number 1 alliance?
I would like to invite Dar to join my alliance.
Okay. Jeff invites Dar2655 with 31 ranking points, ranked number 2, and a 8-1 record. Dar, would you like to accept Jeff's offer of joining the number 1 alliance?
I respectfully decline.
Okay. Dar respectfully declines, and he will become the number 1. The captain of the number 2 alliance. Sorry. Okay. So that means, Jeff, you get another selection on who you would like to invite.
I would like to invite Josh3128 to join my alliance.
Okay, Josh3128 is the number 3 rank with 28 ranking points and a 7-2 record. Josh, would you like to accept Jeff's offer to the number 1 alliance?
I want to say that the Jeffening has begun because I'm also declining.
Okay, Josh is also declining, so he will opt to be the captain of the number 3 alliance. So Jeff, who would you like to invite now?
1 second. Okay, I would like to invite Waxton.
Okay, Waxton is ranked 7th with 25 ranking points and a win-loss of 6-3. Waxton, you've been invited by Jeff in the number 1 alliance. What is your response?
I'm sorry.
Waxton.
Don't decline. You wouldn't defend your beloved Jeff, would you?
I can't. I have plans. I'm sorry. They don't involve me.
Okay, Waxton is declining. So Waxton will become an alliance captain somewhere around the 7 range, possibly sooner. But that means that Jeff, you'll need to make another selection.
Alright, I would like to invite Matthew, aka Mercified.
Matthew, aka Mercified, is ranked 14th with an RP of 20 and a record of 5-4. You've been invited to join Jeff in the number 1 alliance. Matthew, what would you like to respond with?
I graciously accept.
Okay. Mercified is joining Jeff in the number 1 alliance. Mercified there could not decline without, just could not decline, period, end of sentence, I'm pretty sure. Because they're not in the top 8. But now we can move on to Dar2655. Dar, welcome back. You are the captain of the number 2 alliance. Who would you like to invite to join you in the number 2 alliance?
I would like to invite Ginger to join my alliance.
Ginger is ranked 11th with 22 ranking points and a 6-3 record. Ginger, you've been invited by Dar in the number 2 alliance. What is your response? Ginger graciously accepts. So that is Dar and Ginger in the number 2 alliance. We're going to bring in Josh3128 here. Josh, you're the captain of the 3rd alliance. Who would you like to invite to join you?
Alright. I, myself, the captain of this holy 3rd alliance, would like to invite Apollo to join the alliance.
Okay. Apollo is ranked 10th with a record of 5-3. 23 ranking points. Apollo, you've been invited by Josh in the number 3 alliance. What's your response?
Absolutely.
Absolutely is the response. Okay, so that's Josh and Apollo on the number 3 alliance. We're now going to bring in our next highest seed. That's number 4 ranked Tango. Number 4 ranked Tango, you are the captain of the 4th alliance. Who would you like to join you on your 4th alliance? Tango says 1 second.
1 second. Unavailable. Please try again. Thanks.
Tango has 27 ranking points and a record of 6-3 throughout qualifications, by the way, for anyone wondering. Tango says, okay, we run it back. Show these noobs C4678. Okay. C4678, you've been invited by Tango in the number 4 alliance. What is your response?
I will, and I will not leave for a soccer game this time.
Okay.
Excellent.
C accepts. C was the number 8 rank, by the way. That means that Cryoforce, the number 5 rank, is going to be joining us for the 5th alliance.
Which one's Cryoforce?
TR Evan.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome, Cryoforce. In your number 5 rank, you're going to be the number 5 alliance captain. Who would you like to invite to join you?
I need 1 second.
Okay.
Also unavailable for picking. 1 second, not ranked at this
1
event.
second, despite having been picked twice, is not available. Yeah, that's correct. Cryoforce, by the way, has 27 ranking points and a record of 6-3 throughout quals today.
All right, I think I know who I would like to pick.
Okay.
I would like to pick Maktar.
All right, Maktar is ranked number 13 with a a record of 3-6. Maktar, you've been invited by Cryoforce and the 5th Alliance. What's your response?
Yeah.
I didn't hear that. Was that a yes?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a yes. So that'll be Cryoforce and Maktar on the number 5 alliance. And now we're going to bring in Tiger Melon on your number 6 alliance. Tiger Melon is ranked 6th with 26 ranking points and a win-loss of 6-3 tonight. Tiger Melon, you're the captain of the 6th alliance. Who'd you like to invite?
I also need 1 second. I'm gonna go with Alex.
Alex Clute is ranked 9th with 23 ranking points and a rating of 5-4. Alex, you've been invited by Tiger Melon in the 6th Alliance. What is your response?
I accept.
Alex accepts and will join the number 6 Alliance. We're going to be moving on to the number 7 Alliance, where Waxton is the number 7 rank and is going to be captaining the 7th Alliance. Who would you like to invite, Waxton?
Oh, I think I will pick Alex Clute.
Alex Clute has already been selected by the 6th Alliance.
He has? Oh, dang. What about, how about Louis 5468?
Okay. Louis 5468 is the 16th rank with a record of 3-6. Louis, you have been invited to join Waxton in the number 7 Alliance. What is your response?
Well, I have to consider Waxton might betray me, but I'll accept anyway.
Okay, that's an acceptance, which means that we're going to be moving on to our 8th and final Alliance captain, and it's none other than One Shaduff, who is our 12th seed, our 12th rank. And you have a 5-4 record. You're the captain of the number 8th Alliance, and who would you like to invite to join you?
I would like to have some fun with Casey or Seagorms.
Okay. Seagorms, who is ranked 24th with a win-loss of 1-4. You've been invited by the number 8 Alliance. Would you like to accept?
So if I decline here, do I get to play on the way back to Alliance 1? Or do I not play?
You would be locked out of Elims.
Yeah, I don't think that it's possible to decline.
You can captain the 9th Alliance.
Well, if I decline here, what happens to Alliance selection? Just curious.
Yeah,
Because
I don't think that you're allowed to decline. is I think that what the situation is.
We get
When
another
you-
backup. Is the
Okay,
answer.
yeah,
But
then I
we'd really
accept.
prefer if you did.
Yeah, that would be a lot of pain. Okay, thanks. So we will give y'all a minute to talk. Shadif, let us know when you're ready, and we will bring you back in, okay? Cool, 1 sec.
Okay, and our number 8 alliance is going to discuss for a little bit on who they want to join with them. And then we're going to make another decision for the way up. Since we're doing Serpentine, we're going to have 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The number 1 alliance is going to get the last pick.
All right.
Okay,
One
welcome the number 8 alliance of Shaduf and Seagorms. Who would you like to invite to join you?
We would like to extend the invitation to Trevor1102.
Okay, Trevor1102 is ranked 15th with a record of 5 and 4. You've been invited by the number 8 alliance. What's your response?
I graciously accept.
Great. That's our number 8 alliance sorted out here. We've got Shaduf, Seagorms, and Trevor, who will be playing very soon. We're going to move on to the number 7 alliance, featuring Waxton and Louie.
I guess I have to bring Wax back, don't I?
Yes.
Yeah, that would help, wouldn't it?
Hello, Waxton. You are the
Space
captain
Turtle.
of the number 7 alliance, and you'd like to invite Space Turtle. Space Turtle is unranked in qualifications today, but you have been invited to join the number 7 alliance with Waxton and Louie. I think that's an acceptance. I didn't fully understand what that was, but I'm going to assume that regardless of what everyone says, that they're accepting because they don't have any other choice. So that is the number 7 alliance in the books, Waxton, Louie, in space. So we're going to now move on to the number 6 alliance. Number 6 alliance, captained by Tiger Melon, also featuring Alex Clute. Who would you like to invite as your next partner?
We're gonna go with Jacob W.
Jacob W is ranked 20th in qualifications with 4 and 5 as a record. You've been invited by the number 6 alliance, Jacob.
I accept.
Jacob accepts, and that rounds out our number 6 alliance with Tiger Melon, Alex Clute, and Jacob W. We're going to move back up to our number 5 alliance with Cryoforce and Maktar. Who would you like to invite onto your number 5 alliance?
TR Evan and Maktar, on behalf of First Tech Challenge Team 14212 Metrobotics, would like to invite Elliot.
Okay, Elliot is ranked number 17 with a record of 4 and 5 in qualifications. You've been invited to join the number 5 alliance captained by Cryoforce. What do you say?
I would like to accept.
Okay, and with that, that's our number 5 alliance rounded out. Okay, now we're going to be moving on to our number 4 alliance captained by Tango and also featuring C4678.
Captain by Tango. Yeah, 1 sec.
Our number 4 alliance captained by Tango. Who would you like to invite to round out your alliance? Tango invites Diego, Diego 4400. You've been invited by Tango's number 4 alliance. What do you say?
Representing Mexico in this competition, I accept.
Awesome. Okay, so that rounds out our number 4 alliance of Tango, C, and Diego. And now we're going to be moving on to our number 3 alliance captained by Josh 3128 and also featuring Apollo. Josh, who would you like to invite to round out your number 3 alliance?
We me and Apollo, and myself and I, of course, again, we would really, really like to invite Gabriel to our alliance.
Gabriel ranked 18th with a rating of 2 and 7 in qualifications. You've been invited to join Josh's number 3 alliance. What do you say?
I graciously accept.
Let's go!
Let's do this.
Awesome, that rounds out the number 3 alliance with Josh, Apollo, and Gabriel. Now let's bring in Dar for the number 2 alliance, captained by Dar2655, also featuring Ginger. Who would you like to invite to be your next alliance partner?
Alliance 2 would like to invite Julia to join our alliance.
All right, Alliance 2 invites Julia. What would you like to say, Julia?
Wait, who am I even? Oh, Dar and Ginger. Oh, absolutely. I'm saying yes. Let's do the Sunday. Let's win the event.
You're with Dar and Ginger? No shot.
Shut up, Waxton. I'm on stream.
Come on.
Okay, that's Dar, Ginger, and Julia on the number 2 alliance, and that leaves the number 1 alliance captained by Jeff, also featuring Mercified. Who would you like to invite, and why is that log TM?
Well, we'd like to invite Cobb just to see if he wants to come in.
No.
Okay, then we invite Log.
Log TM, you've been invited by the number 1 alliance of Jeff and Mercified. What do you say?
I feel like I've seen this before. Yes, I have. I'd like to accept.
Amazing. Okay, that rounds out all 8 of our alliances. That's the number 1 alliance of Jeff, Mercified, and Log TM, and our other 7 alliances that we've already talked about. So that is our alliance selection concluded, which means that our eliminations will be starting pretty soon. I'd like to take at least a 5-minute break after the alliance selection. I don't know if anyone would like to propose a longer than 5-minute break. If not, we can kind of get started at 6:35 Eastern time in 5 minutes from now. But we could take, I think that people want to get started right away with no break. So we're going to get started with our first elimination match in just 5 minutes. And a reminder that we're going to be continuing with 2 fields, which means that odd matches are happening on the peanut field, and even matches are happening on the butter field. So make sure to join those, and good luck to all the teams. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are back with the SRC Championship for Charged Up 2023. And we are just about to get ready with our first match, which is going to be Alliance 1 facing off against Alliance 8. Okay, and on our Alliance 1, we of course have Jeff, Mercified, and Log TM. On our Alliance 8, we've got Shaduf, Seagorms, and Trevor. Let's head over to the field and get our playoffs underway. Okay, and our first playoff match is underway. All right, we've got Ride of the Valkyries playing, and we've got playoffs underway for the Charged Up Championship. Both alliances are off to a quick start. Lots of tie-ups happening here, lots of pushing and shoving. I think that first foul that I noticed went to Mercified and Red by being pushed into that bottom left blue zone. Lots of interweaving here to dodge each other and not get tied up. shoving match via Casey and Mercified in the middle of the field happening now. I think that is Casey getting pushed into the red station. Sorry, I'm blanking on names of things. To get a foul there. We have 1 minute and change left in the match, and we're still incredibly close on score. Now notice that we do not care about ranking points at all, so it doesn't really matter to get all 9 of those links to get the rankings points if it comes down to blocking the other opponents or getting those 9 links. I think that these teams seem to be prioritizing blocking the other alliance. We see a reset from Casey there.
Yeah, he looks like he jammed himself on the floor with his intake, which you can do with the Larry. Seemed to be a bit of an oopsie there, and that reset will cost 5 points. But for the time being, it's really close. And this is Alliance 1 and 8, so don't underestimate Alliance 8. They got some really good picks in the Alliance selection there. And it's only 4 points separating the two, so it's going to come down to those climbs. Ooh, oh my. Okay, lots happening in the charge station in the last 10 seconds of the match. As we see robots blinking, we do see a climb block for Mercified. Blue's just abandoning the charge station entirely at the end. You know, for what seems to be a relatively calm match at the end, it all heck broke loose. We will see what the refs have to say about that. But for the time being, ignore the ranking points. This would be Alliance number 8 continuing on in the winner's bracket, and Alliance number 1 going into the 1-loss bracket. But we do have a question box, so these results are pending.
Indeed. However, I believe that just like quals, I mean, this doesn't apply all throughout playoffs, but we should be able to continue to the next match. Is that correct?
I'm just making sure we have a ref in here to...
Brennan, are we good to start playoff 2?
Not yet.
Okay. So we're going to wait for a moment. We will stare at the bracket right now as we are, waiting for the result of this ref outcome. And, if the Blue Alliance wins here, then that means that Alliance 1 would go to the 1-loss bracket and will play next in match number 5. And that would mean that Alliance 8 will move to match number 7 in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, so what we're seeing here is just the start. You can see right now it's auto-filled in match 5, Alliance 1. And in 7, it says Alliance 8. Obviously, that's still pending, but we will hope to get that sorted out soon.
We can look at these.
So how are you doing, Nick?
Again. Well, I'm doing pretty good. I'm excited to see this championship playoffs go. I'm excited to see how triple elimination ends up turning out.
Yeah, it definitely does give a little bit more of a lifeline to some of those alliances who are trying out new strategies. Double elim really requires perfection. That's it. That's all I have to say about that. We do have the staff trying to figure out what went down in that match. But in the meantime, if you have joined us on Twitch, thank you for joining us on Twitch. If you're watching the VOD on YouTube, hope you are enjoying your video experience. If you are a competitor, I hope you're enjoying your competing experience. We really did need to make a match under a view screen like we had last year, where it was just like the robot flying in the air. That was one thing on my to-do list that I never got to doing.
The chat is asking if we have any insight into what is being questioned right now.
I don't. Do you?
I don't either.
Now, I would assume that there is something, because there are calls. Whenever there are calls in the last end game period, the sim does automatically apply some stuff, and I assume they want to make sure that that was applied correctly, but I don't know if that's actually what's being questioned. If I had to bet, I think it would be the end game related stuff, but I don't actually know. Is this the time that I say, check out our merch store, get yourself some exclusive SRC merchandise?
Okay, so we do have results for that. There is going to be a -5 points for from Red because of a legal reset from Casey, and other than that, no change.
Okay.
All right. So I guess in that case, I was totally wrong, and the outcome of the match will stand. So we'll see Alliance 8 continuing through the winners bracket, and Alliance 1, they still have lives remaining. They'll just be in the lower level 1 bracket. And we're good to move on.
Yep. Okay, so with that, we're going to start the second playoff match now. Let's get it started over on our Butterfield. Here is the Butterfield. This is playoff number 2. We have our
4 and 5 alliances.
Yes, thank you for that. Our 4 alliance consisting of Tango, C, Diego is in red, and our 5 alliance consisting of Cryoforce, Maktar, and Elliot is in blue.
Alright, well it looks like blue has not got the start they would have wanted here. 61-31 early on. I'm wondering if they missed some important pieces early on, and possibly even the charge station entirely, as they are down 35 points this early on. That's not so good for them. But doesn't mean it's over yet. That's why we play the whole match. As we take a look here, we see C placing a cube, as is Maktar. So we got a little bit of symmetry across the field, trying to get as many cycles as we can. I think Blue Alliance trying to keep up. Alright, so with 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining, we are seeing Tango for the Red Alliance. That's your captain of number 4, scoring and heading back to the human player station. The captain of Alliance number 5, TR Evan, or Cryoforce, has a pylon there going across the field, placed it on the mid. Top rows for both alliances are done, but the middle still leaves some to be desired, 140 to 102. So that original auto is still the main difference. If I had to bet on anything, we see really fast and furiously scoring for the Red Alliance. They are up on links, not required for the RP, but does get those bonus points, so that's still good for them. With 40 seconds left, what is the Blue Alliance going to be able to do if they want to take this match? It's probably going to have to do something to do with climb blocks, messing up the momentum of the Red Alliance, but C, Tango, and Diego seem to have a really good rhythm going here. With 30 seconds left, they have a full grid. Blue Alliance still has some hybrid nodes left to be done to get that achievement themselves, with 20 seconds left. We do see Elliot going and does cause a foul for Tango. Tango, unbothered, will just go push that over. That'll have to be supercharged with 8 seconds left. Red could just go climb here. Blue Alliance pushing to the absolute last second, but I don't know if they're going to get it. They do get the full grid at the end, but it's not enough, and they lose this one 216 to 169. So, really impressive stuff coming in from Alliance 4. They were very coordinated, seem to have a very good rhythm going. We'll see what the score breakdown shows, but definitely the original auto points, or lack thereof, really hurting that number 5 Alliance. And there it is, 46 to 27 early on. That's a huge gap that just put them on the back foot from the get-go. Okay. So that means that Alliance number 4 will be facing Alliance number 8 in match number 7. Alliance 5 will go on to face Alliance number 1 in match number 5, so not too long from now. But we still have to...
But first, we're going to be heading over to the... Oh, we got a request to not start this match, I guess. So I guess we won't start the match. But it's not clear why they don't want to start the match. But I guess while we're waiting to figure out why they don't want to start the match, we'll just look at this bracket.
Let's look at the bracket. Sure. Cobb is just restarting his computer. So that is why we don't have both of our refs in the box. Cool. So I guess we're just letting the match on the field play out?
No, there is no match playing.
Like the quote-unquote...
What are you referring to?
I don't know. I was just like asking what we're
are we
waiting on.
Are we waiting for copy, or are we not need to wait for copy?
I believe this is Brennan's field.
Okay. Well,
maybe?
I
don't know.
Let's get the match on Peanut underway. This is playoff number 3.
Yeah, I thought you said these guys weren't ready. All right. Wow, chaos already as we see Dar fighting with Louis, and a foul already for the Blue Alliance as they were trying to pick up those game pieces off the field with 2:17 left. Julia balanced nicely for the Red Alliance. It looked like it was Louis for Blue, and it's 56 to 54 is the current score. All right, so this is again Alliance number 2 in red, Alliance number 7 on blue. Waxton versus Waxton was the first pick of that alliance. Oh no, Waxton was the captain. My bad. Sorry, Waxton's the captain of 7. Dar is of red. And it's 84 to 89. So small lead right now for the Red Alliance. They are up a link, which is part of it. But with a minute 40, plenty of time because those grids will get mostly, if not completely, filled out over the duration of the match. So just kind of waiting for these teams to do that, and then we'll see how many supercharged nodes they are able to get. With a minute and 27 left, the score is 1 point separating these two, and we can say that came from Otto, although a tech double foul there. Wax caused Julia to take a foul, and then she retaliated right back, putting him into their community zone. That means we're still all... not quite tied up, but we are quite close together here. 125 to 128, the current score. That's only a game piece or two difference on the field, just not including the placements there, as we have 5 links apiece. Hybrid row almost completely done for these alliances. Ginger did try to toss a piece in, and it got blocked by Julia's arm, although that's now been put in a better location. 150 to 149 with 7 to 7 is the current score. Ginger picking up for red. Looks like Louis and Wax were both doing so for blue, although Wax losing his piece to Ginger does ultimately get it back, but wastes some extra time on that cycle. 35 seconds left, full grid for red. They are supercharging blue, almost there. Just have to figure out where they have places left. That's a full grid for them now as well, giving them the lead. With 182 to 184, the current score is so close with 5 points only separating these two. It'll come down to the climbs. Julia is tipped over by Space Turtle. She's back up on her feet, but does take some time doing that. Wax and Dar locked together. Dar does break free and will go back to the climbs. Wax going up as well. With 3 seconds left, will they get the engage? At the last second, the Blue Alliance loses it, but I think they wouldn't have had it even with the engage there. 221 to 206 is the score, with it looking like the number 2 alliance will be advancing forward. Okay, we are able to take a look at that breakdown there, and we see it's 221 to 206 auto score in the favor of the number 7 alliance, but Teleup just wasn't there and they didn't get the engage at the end, so that is why the number 2 alliance was able to take it out this time. Penalties were all tied up, and even with the full grid, number 7 alliance not able to take it this time, but they are definitely a very strong alliance and will be able to come back in the later rounds. They definitely still have lives remaining. This is not a best of 1, although that would be something, wouldn't it? Alrighty.
Just under review here.
Yep.
Are we okay to move on to the Butterfield, or?
No.
We still only have 1 ref.
Oh.
So no.
Well, we can look at the current state of the elims bracket while we're waiting.
Yeah, taking a look at this here, we see that Alliance 3 and Alliance 6 is our last round 1 match to happen. We will be seeing Josh, Apollo, and Gabriel versus Tiger Melon, Alex, and Jacob W. We'll be seeing if Jacob W truly does take W's this match.
Okay, so that match will remain under review until we get our other ref back. He should be back any minute, and we will get ready to play the next one here. It's on Butterfield, correct?
Yes. Match 4, Alliance 3 versus Alliance 6.
Okay, we are good for that one.
Okay, we're ready to move on to the field 2 for playoff 4?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, this is the Butterfield, and we're starting playoff number 4.
Alright, so with all drivers on the move, we see Gabriel going straight across the field, looking to pick up, leaving the rest for his teammates. We're going to see dropping into the hybrid node. Not sure if that was actually going to count. Seems to be on the platform, but does get the balance in the end, so not too big of a deal. Red Alliance does have the advantage. That's Alliance number 3 in the red bumpers that you see there. Bit of traffic jam there in the red human player station, as the breakdowns don't really coordinate where they're going, and we saw some just waiting with a bit of dead air, unfortunately for them. Alright, with 64 to 59, the current score. Blue has taken the lead, and that will increase after Gabriel gets a foul there for being involved or being in a collision in the blue zone. But Red Alliance still has plenty of time there. They only have one link done. They still have plenty to go. They've got pieces that they're going to pick up and place. Again, we're seeing when we have 6 breakdowns, lots of filled grids, and it being more of a supercharged difference. Gabriel having a bit of trouble there with that floor cone. Does ultimately get it, but again, we're seeing not the best coordination coming in from this Red Alliance. They've got people trying to be in the same place at the same time. That just doesn't work. Blue Alliance, on the other hand, is able to minimize those mistakes for the time being, even just taking different paths. As I say that, Tiger Melon does have to back out of the way so Jacob can get through, but it's still a 6-point gap, so that foul currently making a difference. Josh going over the charge station. We've seen him play several different robots today, but in on the breakdown right now, going for that pure offensive power, as Red has retaken the lead, 4 links to 3 and 1 point ahead. That's a big placement there, as well as their middle row is quickly finishing up, 135 to 136 with 45 seconds left. We're seeing Jacob placing a cube on the middle for that Blue Alliance. Does have to readjust, but does so and drives into Alex Clute in the process. Will change course to go over the charge station, though, to avoid any further collision. With 30 seconds left, it is still a very close one here. We got 155, make that 153 to 143. The score gets so volatile in the last 30 seconds, doesn't it? 8 links done for Blue. They still have some hybrid pieces left to be done. Red Alliance, their missing pieces are, I think that high cube, I don't know if that's counting on that top shelf. We'll see if they realize that before it's time to go. With 6 seconds left, it is so close. Going for the climbs. Tigers on the wrong side of the field. They will not make it up in time. And that's going to give it to the Red Alliance at the end. We are going to take a look at this match breakdown in just a second, but it looks like a pretty solid win for the Red Alliance, as Blue just wasn't able to get the charge station at the end. After being behind originally, they brought it back.
This is the match breakdown for playoff number 4. We would see 213 win on the Red Alliance over the 117. Sorry, I'm not sure why I said that number. 172 on the Blue Alliance. And that was the charge station points being a big boost, the tally up score being a pretty sizable boost as well, and even the auto score not exactly favorable for that Blue Alliance. So overall, it was just that Red Alliance, that number 3 Alliance, looking very sharp all around the board.
All right. So I think we'll give I just want to see matches 1 and 2 are done, correct?
Yeah, so we're good for 1 and 5.
Okay. Cool. In that case, we will head, I believe that's the peanut field. We can head to the peanut field to go into the next round.
All right. So this is going to be match number 5 in the 1-loss bracket on the peanut field. Alliance 1 in red bumpers, Alliance 5 in blue bumpers. Let's get it going.
All right. As we are underway, we're seeing a little bit of time for the Blue Alliance to clear off the field, but it looks like they've gotten everything all set out. TR Evan poised on the charge station, Mercified as well, with 2 minutes and 12 seconds left. Lots of time for things to happen, but these are pretty low auto scores from what we've seen. So it'll be interesting to see how these pop up over the course of the match. Again, full 6 breakdown robots. So these are alliances that think they can just purely outscore the other. Otherwise, you'd see things that are a little bit more risky, like Larry's or Everybots. So with 1:50 left on the clock, it is still within 10 points of each other. It's right now sitting at that 5-point mark. So lots of cones going up all around the place. We do see a drop there from Jeff. This is again your number 1 alliance, Jeff, who scored 31 ranking points over the course of 9 Elims matches. They are down by 5 points right now to the number 5 alliance, but there's still lots of time, and they've now taken the lead again. They are up on the links. I think we'll see lots of filled grids when we do get the 9 breakdowns, the 6 breakdown matches. But that's okay. Again, we can always look at the supercharged nodes when we get there. 60 seconds left. We do see an extra link coming in, still holding for the Red Alliance. That actually makes 2, as we did see Mercified place one up high. Their top row is now completely finished, as is the Blue Alliance, who's now working on their middle row as well. Jeff placing a nice cube for the Blue Alliance. A little bit of confusion there, trying to go over the charge station at the same time as Mercified, but they got it all sorted out, and they have started to pull out this lead, as Blue Alliance seems to be missing the communication of who is scoring low. Haven't seen them focus on it at all. Maktar having a bit of issues picking up, but does get a cube and is on the way. With 30 seconds left, it is now a 20-point advantage to the number 1 alliance, who did really want to make an impression early on. We're seeing even supercharged nodes now that they've finished their grid. Mercified doing the same, although they are down 1 piece. Must be one of those hybrid pieces just poking out over. We'll see if they figure that out. With 15 seconds left, lots of action at the charge station. Red Alliance does not want to mess this up. They have a solid lead. They don't want to blow this now. That's Blue Alliance's only hope as they go for a last-second placement. Their TR Evan finishes the grid, but it's not going to be enough for them, as it's going to be 203 to 194, and it looks like the number 1 alliance has that win, with the number 5 going into the next, into the second loss bracket. Normally they'd be out, but they are still alive.
Here's the breakdown for playoff number 5 once again. The number 1 alliance in red bumpers is remaining in that 1-loss bracket, whereas the number 5 alliance in blue bumpers will be downgraded to the 2-loss bracket, where they are now on the bubble and at risk of elimination.
One of my favorite things is just seeing like how strategy changes from like elims to quals, or vice versa, I suppose. Like, these are matches that wouldn't be RP, like full RP unicorn matches, but that doesn't really matter anymore. So that's pretty cool. Sorry, we've lost both of our refs again, so I'm back to helping you stall.
Yeah. It is an interesting observation. Yeah. Another interesting observation I found on this breakdown is that Red Alliance, the reason they won this match was because of their strong auto. They were outscored by the Blue Alliance during teleop, including the charge station, but it wasn't enough to catch up from Red Alliance's lead in auto.
I'm a little bit confused because the auto score and the charge station scores are supposed to balance themselves out, so I'm wondering if that's the supercharged nodes at play.
Charge station applies to both auto and teleop. Like, there's...
okay, understood.
These numbers aren't being summed together.
I understand now. I was like...
Well, the teleop and auto are literally summed together to form the total score.
I see now. See how I've done like a whole season. I didn't know that. That's embarrassing. And teleop score will also include like parking at the end too, if anyone opts to park.
Yes.
So that makes sense.
We can take a look at this Elims bracket and how it is affected by what we just saw on the field, and also take a little bit of a preview of what's going on next match in playoff match number 6. Playoff match number 6 is going to be our second match we're going to see in the 1-loss bracket before we pop back on up to the winner's bracket.
Yes, we don't. Matches 3 and 4 from the winner's bracket were not finalized yet, so tentatively we have Alliance 7 and 6 coming up next, but we're just waiting on that to be confirmed.
Okay, yeah. Assuming that, like, under the assumption, we're just gonna like talk under the assumption that they're not affected. We would be seeing the number 7 alliance in red bumpers, and the number 6 alliance in blue bumpers. The number 7 alliance, of course, captained by Waxton, featuring Louis in space, and the number 6 alliance, captained by Tiger Melon, featuring Alex Clute and Jacob W.
This is an excellent time if you are waiting to stand up and stretch, grab a bottle of water, hydrate, while we are just waiting for this to all be sorted out. Also, I just want to give a thank you to everyone who has joined the stream and either followed the channel or subscribed over our stream today. We appreciate it and love having you as part of our community.
Yeah, to specifically shout out the events that have happened recently. We had Neversaw resubscribing for 8 months with Prime. We had Julia resubscribing for 4 months with Prime. We have Ventrosis subscribing with Prime. And we have Scherderfer following. And if you'd like a shout out, you can, follow or sub or cheer or something right now while I'm looking at the alert feed. And you'd probably also get a shout out. We have the referees Brandon and Copy back in the box.
Yep, no changes.
Okay, no changes. Wonderfully simple conclusion. So that means that we're going to be heading on over to our butter field, which is the even numbered field, to start right now.
All right, Alliance 7 versus Alliance 6. Alliance 7 in red, Alliance 6 in blue. Let's get going.
All right, this is the Butterfield playoff number 6. We've got Luis, Space Turtle, and Wax. We've got Alex Clute, Jacob, and Tiger Melon. It is the end of Autonomous, and it's a perfect tie at 45 points apiece. We've got Tiger Melon and Space Turtle pushing each other around. Tiger Melon gets pushed into the Red Alliance loading station at the bottom. So that's going to give the Red Alliance a little bit of a edge in this otherwise very evenly split match.
Yeah, one thing I noticed is that Alex Clute seemingly slow on the placements there. Not super confident so far. We'll see over the course of the match. Hopefully those placements get a little bit quicker. I also noticed that they didn't place one in Autonomous, so a little bit of a deficit early on for Blue, as they just haven't seemed to get into the rhythm. Tiger Melon and Jacob, though, working on it, though. We see 103 to 84. The current score is Space Turtle popping up a cone. We'll pop that in the hybrid node. It doesn't sit for now, but I'm sure someone will push it in at a later date. As Louis now with a cube. There we go. As I was saying that, although will tip themselves on the cone, a little bit of a mishappening in the Red Alliance community. But that is now, at least that cone is fully in. We'll see 125 to 106, the current score, as the Blue Alliance is trying to catch up after these mistakes coming in from Red Alliance, as Waxton places another cube for them. That is a full top row done with 135 to 111, 6 links to 3. So the Blue Alliance trying to catch up on that. They've done most of their cones, make that all of their cones now with that last placement. Tiger Melon went a little bit greedy on that pathing there, and they've now cause another foul for their alliance. Red Alliance only one link away from a perfect placement, and it looks like Space has identified where it needs to go. Pop that one up onto the middle row, and that's a full grid. 7 links done for Blue, and Jacob is trying to come in. There's one hybrid that needs to be done at least, and then one of the middle ones as well. We see 18 seconds left though, so Red Alliance definitely with the advantage. Will need to get a clean end game, which is something that is easier said than done right now. 11 seconds left, and no one's even looking at the charge station. We see Tiger Melon on the way back with 6 seconds left. Louis on and collides with his partners, but does get up in the end with 1 second left. Blue misses a climb, 214 to 196. That's a difference maker there, and it looks like Alliance number 7 is staying alive in the upper losers bracket. Alliance number 6 not done yet, but they are going to have to face sudden death in the next bracket. All right, looking at that breakdown as we see it.
Hold on, sorry, just have to get
Nope,
this
that's okay.
saved. Here is the breakdown for playoff number 6.
That is 214 to 196. Charge station difference and teleop there, giving Alliance 7 the edge. They will move on to match number 9 later on. So far, we've only had one Blue Alliance win. This has been the theme. Red Alliance has looked pretty strong today. As we now move to match number 7, which is going to be Alliance number 8 in the red bumpers, Alliance number 4 in the blue.
Totally forgot what. We can't hear you, by the way.
It's because we're not talking.
All right. Well, with a minute and I was gonna say a minute and 11. It's 111 to 107. With 50 seconds left on the clock, Casey and C do have a little bit of a collision there. We are seeing Casey play a little bit more scaled back on the Lariat. I think it seems to be working pretty well. They are in this one, even though they're down an offensive robot. 20 points, though, is going to be pretty tricky to come back from. We'll see if we can get some tactical placements from Trevor and Shiduf to make up the difference. And they are back in this one as Diego resets his robot. We'll see if that was deemed legal or otherwise with 20 seconds left. We are seeing the advantage now, anyone's game, as it's going back and forth, back and forth. C getting a little tripped up on the charge station. Tango trying to place one for the Blue Alliance. They go, looks with 4 seconds left. A triple climb attempt from the Blue will give them the advantage at the end, 168 to 159. It went back and forth at the end there, but it looks like Alliance number 4 held on at the end for that win. All right, 168 to 159 is the score as it stands. We see the teleop score and the charge station making a difference. Red Alliance just wasn't able to get themselves up for a triple balance, which is unfortunate for them. They will be in the upper bracket, or upper lower bracket, the one loss bracket, and Alliance 4 carries on. Our next match is going to be Alliance number 2 versus Alliance number 3 on the Butterfield.
And this is the Butterfield right here for playoff number 8.
Beautiful. Thank you, Nick. We see early on, this is a full breakdown match. So again, one where the opponents think they can outscore, or the alliances think they can outscore their opponents. We'll see balance doesn't quite come in necessarily from the Red Alliance. I'm not sure how they have such an advantage. 61 to 45 early on, though. They are not going to be upset with that. As Alliance number 2 is facing off versus Alliance number 3. Early on, we see focus going high for the Red Alliance. A little bit more all over the place for the blue, but this again will even out as when we see 6 breakdowns, we expect to see full or nearly full grids from both. Dar going to place a cone nice and easy from that breakdown machine. Dar, lots of experience in xRC and is doing a great job here as your number 2 seeded captain. Really cool here that we see Julia and Dar. They come in from opposite sides and they place basically next to each other without colliding. That's some pretty good synergy there. Speaking of synergy or lack thereof, Gabriel's having some synergy issues with the human player station. Trying to get one off the shelf. Takes a few attempts, but does get it eventually. 122 to 109 is the current score. 4 to 3 for the linkages. Some cubes missing, and Gabriel does drop that cone, but that'll account for a supercharged node later on. Apollo, with 2 game pieces for a moment, is trying to herd them and did get caught being a bit greedy there, but that'll help shorten their cycle time as he's able to pop that one up and upgrade it to the middle row, I believe is what he's trying to do. Ginger placing a supercharged node in the hybrid for the Red Alliance. They are 7 links, so those don't count quite yet. They're missing some cubes. Dar has it though. Doesn't drop it off. It's still in the intake. There we go. That is now a full grid for both alliances. It's going to come down to these supercharged nodes and the end game. With 30 seconds left, still anybody's game. With 27 seconds, we see Dar placing a supercharged cone. Gabriel doing a supercharged cone and getting in Josh's way. When seconds count, you really can't afford to do that. But they do sort themselves out with 14 seconds left. We see no one's at the charge stations yet. Everyone's trying to get in their last second cycles. Apollo's going to try to climb block Julia, but it's not going to work. She has gotten around him. Lead before the climbs goes to the Blue Alliance. What will the Red Alliance do in response? The engage at the end solidifies it for Alliance number 3. That is Josh, Apollo, and Gabriel with the unofficial advantage.
So in that last match, there was a double possession foul on the Red Alliance, which gives Blue Alliance plus 12. The score is already reflected with that plus 12.
Amazing.
Question box.
Amazing. Well, hopefully this is quick, and the nice thing is we will be able to keep on moving because we got Alliance number 8 and Alliance number 7 are about to be facing off in our one-loss bracket on the peanut field.
Yep, that's the peanut field for playoff number 9, where we're going to get that going right now. Let's head over there.
Just making sure we have all the right people on the field. And it appears we do. So we had a steal there from Space Turtle trying to get from the other alliance. And that's a lot of pieces scored early on for blue. And it is actually all tied up. So the high pieces versus the volume of pieces making a difference there. Waxton gets a foul already. Gonna help the Red Alliance out as they've got Casey, Shaduf, and Trevor. Waxton on the opponent charge station. Sir, that is not your charge station. Do not go there. The 10-point gap there comprised entirely of fouls. Shaduf and Space Turtle both head back to their communities to try and score. Waxen has a cone, but is being blocked by Casey, unable to get around that solid Larry defense. Does ultimately get there, but it takes him a while, and Lewis gets caught out this time with a foul. Space Turtle getting caught out with a foul. Casey just knows where to be, when to be there to catch people out when they are not expecting it. 103 to 83, now your score. And again, Space Turtle getting a little bit rickety there over the cable cover. Does get planted and will score that pylon somewhere. Looks like it's going on the middle row. Lewis going in for another one to put it up high. 115 left, and it's 108 to 96. 2 links apiece. Red Alliance and Blue Alliance both trying to clear off that high row first. With 105 left, it's 113 to 99. So Blue Alliance catching up a little bit here, especially based off of fouls. They should be down more than they are. 123 to 105 as Red finishes 2 more links. That's going to jump their score up pretty high. Lewis on the opposite charge station again. Another blue robot has been caught out. They were even beached for a little bit. We'll see if they're trying to reset or if they're having some connection issues. They're being bullied there, but does eventually get free. That's going to spell disaster for the Blue Alliance, who just cannot respond to this Larry defense. Shaduf even getting in on it as the breakdown robot, going back for a piece, but it's like, I'm going to get in on this too. Defense looks fun. With 20 seconds left, it is a solid advantage now for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance trying to figure out where they can place some useful links. It is now 149 to 169 as Casey's bullying Wax a little bit more. Maybe trying to do a climb block with 6 seconds left. Blue Alliance is not at the right side. Space is stuck on the wrong side of the field. Will Blue get up in time? No, they knock over someone at the last second. And it's going to be 174 to 153 in what can only be described as a chaotic match. Right, the breakdown as it is, 174 to 53, 8 penalties there. That's 40 points in penalties, which make a huge difference because look at the charge station points for both alliances are pretty low, but the teleop score overall is lower for the Red Alliance. So we see penalties just being a huge factor, making up the deficit and then some. Okay. So now we are going to see our top 2 alliances in the one-loss bracket here. This is Alliance number 1 versus Alliance number 2. Which is, one could say, a byproduct of our serpentine lifestyle. Alliance 1 in blue, Alliance 2 in red.
Okay, let's head over to the Butterfield right now, where we can see Playoff 10 in action.
All right, all 6 robots on the move. Again, a 6 breakdown match. With 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. We'll see how this shakes out at the end of auto. All right. So with 70 to 45, it is a solid advantage for the number 2 alliance over number 1 for the time being. But they are up 2 links to 0 right now, which is 10 points in and of itself. We're seeing a little bit more sporadic placement from the number 1 seed, which is fine. They can totally do that. They can try and get a full grid at the end there, as long as they're on pace for it. With 94 to 70, make that 102 to 81 as the score changes always. We see Ginger and Log getting in a little tussle there, but both seem to break free and they're not too entangled. Ginger does get a bit of feedback from Julia, a little bonk there, but they are on the same teammates, so no harm, no foul. Just don't run into your teammates. With 126 to 94, your current score, we're seeing a lot of action here as the Red Alliance has the lead, and they're just acting a little bit more calm and composed. Jeff, taken to the charge station when he didn't need to, for example. Almost caught Dara out there in a foul, but he was able to squeak his way out of it. With 60 seconds left on the clock. Jeff placing another cone, finishing off the mid-row of cones. They need more cubes if they're going to try and finish up this grid. Ginger sees this piece on the floor, gives it a few attempts, Might have been quicker to go to the charge station after all, or the human player station after all, my friend. But they have a full grid, so the time doesn't matter. They've got a decent lead, and there's not a lot of supercharged nodes from the looks of it on blue, but there still could be time. We see a foul coming in. Dart hits the charge station. We're not in the end game, so that doesn't give an automatic engage, but it is still something to take note of, especially because it's a decent sized gap between these two alliances, Alliance 2 and Alliance 1. Alliance 1 trying their best to come back from this 15-point deficit. Another foul. This one's on Ginger. That could be really big. We see the score jump up in response. With 10 seconds left, if the Blue Alliance can get a calm and composed endgame, they may have the advantage here. After all, with 3 seconds left, Red does get up. Blue does not. They do, but it doesn't quite make it. That's 224 to 217. We have a question box from the last match. We'll see if we have one from this match. Okay. So 224 to 217. Look at your breakdown there. It comes down to that auto. They just didn't have it, the 15 points from the get-go. They were slightly behind in teleop, but penalties helped them stay in it. Alright, we've got some refs doing some talking and chatting. We will find out what the results of that are in a little bit.
What I know that everyone is dying to know about, especially you, Tegan, you're definitely dying
Yes.
to know about, is the results of me shopping on Grubhub for food delivery for dinner.
I am. What did you do?
Well, I found a Chinese restaurant that would deliver me a meal and allow me to do tip and service fee and everything included, only pay $13, which is like
Nice.
the lowest amount of money I've ever seen for a New York City Grubhub delivery. So that is what I ended up going with because
Nice. Chinese food's always good.
Yeah, especially since I feel like it's prices are very inflated here, so that was a very not inflated price. So
My lunch was what was it? My lunch, I had it was a salad bowl, rice bowl kind of thing, and it was a buy one get one free on Uber Eats. So that's what I did. So I got 2 for the price of 13 Canadian dollars, which was pretty good, but not quite as good. It was good though. I got it. I'm like, you know what? I've got chicken. I'll get it without the chicken. I'll save the money on the protein and I'll add my own chicken. And I felt so resourceful.
I had a panini for lunch as well. I've been going on today I had a couple meals that were both on the affordable side, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. So I recently, in my show of adulthood, I purchased my first Costco membership, which is really big for me. That was a big decision. My housemate had one, and I always used to go with her, but when she moved out, I had to get one myself. So I did that. It was very overwhelming. The guy's like, "Do you want to get a credit card too while you're here?" And I'm like, "I shouldn't get another credit card. I'll go into credit card debt if I get another credit card. I'll have one credit card only, please. Thank you." But I did get a Costco membership, and now when I want an affordable lunch, I go to Costco, I eat all the samples, and if I'm still hungry, I get the $1.25 hot dog, and then I leave.
I've only been to Costco once in my entire life, and that's because they don't have Costco's in my area.
Oh, okay, yeah. Isn't it the same as Sam's Club?
I know of Sam's Club. I'm pretty sure that there's Sam's Clubs closer to me than there are Costco's, but Sam's Clubs are still a little bit farther away. The one that's like where I live it's called BJ's Wholesale Club. And it's
okay.
the equivalent.
Yeah, I don't know, like, for me, the Costco's, like, it's like a 15-minute drive. It's not bad. Like, it's fine. It's more the like, I don't know. I like the dollar. I think it's $1.50 hot dogs. To be fair, it's not $1.25, but it's still like that's insanely cheap for like a hot dog and a drink. That's what I did. Also, I don't know why I have the second robotics like Twitch chat open, but every time I tab out and tab back in, it's going back to an ad. Like, I'm only seeing ads on the second robotics stream today.
Oh, that's a good idea. I should run an ad right now. Thanks for the reminder. I'm kidding.
I just want to see what match we're supposed to have coming up. Match number 11 would be Alliance 6 versus Alliance 7. If you give me 1 second, I will be right back. This is actually going to be a rematch of match 6 that we saw, where Alliance 7 took it 214 to 196.
Mm-hmm. Actually, you know what? I said that I was going to run an ad as a joke. I'm actually going to run an ad not as a joke. That way you don't see any ads during actual matches, since we don't have anything going on right now. So, if you aren't subscribed, you're going to see... Oh, actually, we got the refs here, so I'm not going to do an ad break. Okay.
Yeah. Sounds good. All right. We will, I guess... Literally every time I check, it's on an ad, and I know you're not even running ad breaks. Whatever. Okay, let's play match number 11, which is a rematch of match number 6.
Not a literal rematch, just to clarify. It's going to be still playoff numero
Alliance 7 in
11.
blue one.
That's true.
Yeah.
But last time Alliance 7 won in red. Now Alliance 7's in blue.
Okay.
That's the big switcheroo. All right, as robots are on the move, last time Alliance number 6? I don't even remember. I just talked about this. Anyways, we're seeing the winner of this one stays alive. The loser does go home this time. So high stakes match all around. And as we are at 27 to 46 out of auto, looks like the Red Alliance is going to have some work to do to catch up. Jacob trying to place that cone, but it looks a little sketchy in that intake, and it does slide down the slidey thingy. 76 to 34 as Waxton, Louie, and Space Turtle have the advantage here, with 150 left on the clock. Not sure what's going on for the Red Alliance, as they have yet to score much more. We actually have a reset from Tiger Melon. They must have been stuck on the thingies that separate the different nodes. Alex, a foul coming out from there. They are probably seeing all their hope die pretty quickly. So they're trying to catch up and maybe getting a little bit risky here with 111 to 55. One of the biggest gaps we've seen so far, as Alliance 4 is practicing their finishing technique, working on getting that full grid with 1 minute and 15 left on the clock. They were at 4 links. We do see a little bit of a collision there between Space Turtle and Tiger Melon, but Melon looking to place one in the hybrid link. Does run into Jacob, who has a cone, and Jacob having to take a big detour to get to where they want to go. Arguably going the wrong direction and actually tipping Louie, pushing them onto their charge station, though, to help them right themselves back up. Not sure what the Red Alliance is doing here, as the two of them seem to be playing Tango, but Tango's not on the field right now, so I'm not really sure what Louie and Jacob are trying to do. With 150 to 65, they could just be in it for the funds, as we now see Tiger Melon scoring for the Blue Alliance. Yeah, with 30 seconds left, I think we know who's gonna take this one, but maybe they'll really fill up the grid this time. Yeah, not much more to say about this match. Seems like it's pretty much in the books. We'll see how many robots we can get climbing on a charge station at once. with 10 seconds left. And there appears to only be 2. That's pretty weak, not gonna lie. When you have all 6 robots trying to climb and they don't even get that. But that's gonna be, I'm pretty confident, a win for the Blue Alliance.
The Red Alliance will receive a red card for descoring an opponent's game piece. No more time will be spent on this match. Thank you.
Alright. That's going to be a win for the Blue Alliance. They will stay alive. Alliance number 6 of Tiger Melon, Alex, and Jacob. It's been great having you, but that will be the end of your experience, I suppose, in Champs. Nice gameplay, though. And we will just move on to Alliance 1 versus Alliance 5 on the Butterfield.
This is the Butterfield, where we are playing playoff match number 12.
Yeah, match number 12, Alliance 1 versus Alliance 5. I think we might have seen this match already as well, but not 100% sure. Yes, we did, and Alliance 1 took it last time. They're even a little more warmed up. We'll see. This time the bumper colors have swapped as we are now in the 2-loss bracket, so this time it's for all the marbles. Advantage goes to Alliance 1 out of auto as it's 67 to 53. Again, all 6 robots on the breakdown machine with 156 left to go. 75 to 56, we now see TRM and Elliot placing in tandem with 145 left to go. 78 to 74, so Red Alliance bring this one close. You can see they do have more links. All right, with 126 left, it's still a 1-point match. We're seeing 101 to 95, the current score. So Blue Alliance has the lead, but it's not by much. We do see a few more links coming in from them, jumping it up to 116 to 95. With 10 points now separating these two alliances, and we did see that auto advantage go to number 1, so that's part of it. With a minute left on the clock, looks like both alliances could be on pace for a full grid. But will definitely be a little tricky once we see defenses Log and Mac fighting over this cube. If they spend more time doing that, they might find it easier to abort and go for another cycle. Mercified placing one and heads back for the Blue Alliance, picking up the cone that's on the ground. Elliot trying to deal with some of those hybrid nodes and placing them as well. Full grid now coming in for the number 1 seed, showing why they are the number 1 alliance with 30 seconds left. There is still all to play for. We've seen the end game be the demise of alliances already. Could happen again with 20 seconds left. These robots are looking to supercharge these nodes. Looks like the Blue Alliance has actually unscored their full grid. Not sure how they did that, and that's going to be really big for them. They've redone it though, and they try to place one at the end. It doesn't seem to work. It's going to come down to the engage. The Red Alliance does not get it. The Blue Alliance does, and that's going to be the number 1 alliance staying alive. They took the rematch. They won it. It's the auto diff. Well played to both alliances, but alliance number 1 staying alive this time. All right, at the breakdown here, look at that auto diff. That is the majority of your difference here. We did see Red had a little bit of an advantage in teleop, but the auto difference of 13 points makes it for Alliance 1, who is staying alive. And move on to the next round. We'll see who they face in a few matches from now. I mean, literally right now. I didn't realize they were match 13. My bad. Guess we're seeing it right now. They're going to be facing Alliance 7.
Yeah, so here's match number 13, our next match in the 2-loss bracket. This means that this is an elimination match. The loser goes home. It's either going to be the Alliance 7 in red bumpers or the Alliance 1 in blue bumpers. Let's go see this happen right now on the peanut field.
All right. So we're seeing here a bit of a change-up as Matthew going on the Larry this time. I guess they think they might need a little bit more defense compared to the scoring power this time around. At the end of autonomous period, it is 57-49 advantage for the number 7 Alliance. And already we got 2 fouls coming in. They'll equal each other out. But this is going to be a bit dirtier of a match. We actually see scoring on the Larry from Mercified, which is a bit of a change from his normal gameplay. Maybe trying to do a little bit less defense, but is definitely getting in Wax's way with 1:55 remaining. We see Wax even getting sideways there on the charge station. Another foul there, Louis getting caught out on the charge station. 72-97 is the score, as Red already has 3 links to 1 for the Blue Alliance. With 1:39 left to go. Again, lots of time. We see one being finished there by Log. That's another link for Blue. So the one thing that we see when we have a Larry on the field is we look to see an unfinished grid for their opponents. That's what's indicative of a really successful game. And right now, the Mercified maybe having a little bit of less impact as he's done in previous matches because he did do a little bit of offense. 111 is left in the match, and it is still a 20-point gap. But Space Turtle now being bullied. Mercified going in too deep, does get caught out with a foul themselves. Will look to kind of like rebuke that, try to get one from a opponent to try and negate the foul that they just received. 50 seconds left. It's 4-3 on the links, but it's 151-119 on the scoreboard, and that's what counts right now. Waxton pushed into the guardrail. Mercified going to try and make his way down the field, but Waxton is a little strong with 38 seconds to go. Jeff getting a foul there, possibly for being in the wrong place, not sure. With 30 seconds left though, endgame can still make the difference, and we've seen it happen before. We've seen climb blocks happen before. It'd be awesome if we could get a cool climb block now, as Jeff is on Space Turtle. Mercified's on Wax. Mercified just getting away, will not accidentally turn into a balance, but with 14 seconds left, it's looking bleak for the number 1 seed, who has to stay alive, has to win to stay alive. With 7 seconds left, we'll see if they get the triple climb. They missed the full grid, which Red Alliance could get, and it didn't pan out for them this time, as it's a 210-198 point match, and that's a win for the number 7 Alliance. They are staying alive. Number 1, unfortunately, is out in round... I don't actually know if this is round 2, but I'm going to assume it's round 2. After a well-fought battle, they weren't able to overcome the triple offense of the breakdowns, and unfortunately, that is their last match in today's limb bracket. All right. We are now going to jump brackets. We're going to jump all the way up to match number 14, where it's Alliance number 4 in the red, undefeated, versus Alliance number 3, also still undefeated. One of them will lose that title briefly.
One might even say permanently, you know? I don't think you can be not undefeated and then become undefeated again.
Oh, that's a good point.
I guess maybe if the like match result gets flipped, but yeah. Other than that, I don't think you can change very much there.
Okay, well we can argue over the semantics. Alternatively, we can I know there's some stuff still being discussed with respect to another alliance, so we'll get it started in just a few minutes. Okay, so we're just waiting for the decision. We did lose a player, for those who are wondering what's going on. So as staff, we were trying to figure out the best course of action so that everyone could have some fair play. That situation has been dealt with, which means we are ready to head back to the Butterfield for match 4. No, I lied. We're not ready. Maybe? I don't know. I just got a
Are we
message
ready or
saying
no?
no. I don't know. I just got a message saying no, so I don't know.
Not ready yet,
No.
now ready. Now, can you clarify whether we're ready or not?
I don't know. I got a message from the ref saying no.
I know, but like, can the refs clarify whether we're ready yet now? Okay, so this is for realsies now.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, for realsies
now. One of these will remain permanently undefeated as alliances get on the move. We're gonna see Tango, captain of 4, with C and Diego versus Josh, captain of 5, I think. Maybe? I can't remember. No, 3. Captain of 3. With Apollo and Gabriel. So, with 2:03 left on the clock, it's 57-56, so it's a very tight match here. Slight advantage for the number 3 seed, but Red is responding right away. 66-62. They've now got the lead back. This is going to be a really close match. I think these are two very close alliances. Apollo, a little bit of trouble there with that cone, and it doesn't look to be well placed. It's going to fall, and it's not even scored right now. That's unfortunate for the Blue Alliance. They're going to have to change plans. Apollo looking to go play with Diego, try to get that cone out of their robot. So, with 128 left on the clock, Red Alliance does have the advantage here, 102-90. They're up a link, and they're up some pieces as well. Take a look at their grid, and we can see that they've got some links on the bottom, some links up top. C's placing a cube so that the mid links can go to the mid. Blue Alliance is responding. Gabriel going to go place a cone as well. They've almost got all of their cones. That one high still yet to be done, but he finishes that off quite quickly. I think that cone's going to have to be left there, unfortunately, and that's going to be a lost piece for the Blue Alliance, but they don't mind. They are in it to win it. 10 points down. They are trying to fill this grid as fast as they can, as you do with 3 breakdown robots. 47 seconds left on the clock, and it still looks like Red Alliance has the advantage, but we've seen teams lose it all in the last 15 seconds trying to get a late climb. We see Blue Alliance does take an advantage for a second. A foul actually going to the Blue Alliance, getting Tango caught out. Now it's all in the supercharged nodes, though, as both alliances have filled their grid. Diego and C both heading back. They've got pieces to supercharge with 30 seconds left. Apollo dropping one off for Blue. Josh, Gabriel, and Apollo all coming back with pieces. It's a frenzy to score in the last 15 seconds. It looks like Blue Alliance is ahead for the time being, but Red is responding. They have 2 pieces right now. We'll see Josh, a very late cycle. Blue prioritizing, seeing if they can get that climb with 4 seconds left. Will they all get up? It looks like a bit of a disaster on the blue side as Red gets it clean, and that's going to be your number 4 alliance holding on for the win. They were down for a little bit, but the missed climb from Blue looks like it may have made the difference. And we will look at this match, match 14. Charge station points, a huge difference maker there. It looked like Blue was on pace to take the win, but didn't quite get it in the end. If they'd gotten a normal charge station, they likely would have taken the win, but the teleop score fell flat for them. And that means that Alliance 4 staying undefeated. Alliance 1 will pop down into the 1-loss bracket, where they will face, they will play in match 17 a few matches from now.
We have a queue box.
Okay, so Alliance 4 is in the question box. We will see what gets done with that. Oh, and Alliance 3 as well. I was looking to see, and I put C and Josh in the same on my okay, yeah, we'll see that in a second. So consider this tentative. The refs are on it.
Are we okay to move on to 15?
Yep, that's Alliance 2 versus Alliance 8. I don't see why not. So we can head on over there.
Okay. Brennan, we're all set for playoff 15?
Give me 1 second, make sure Cobb has the recording.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna review for a bit more. Sorry, guys.
Cool. We're gonna hang out here then for a little bit.
Okay, what server are we on? Then we can go.
Peanut
odd
server.
numbers are on peanuts.
Peanut.
Yep. They're on the peanut server. See, I think of it now. It makes sense because like odd numbers are on peanut and then evens are on butter. Because you would never say peanut, but you would say peanut butter.
Good to go.
At least I wouldn't say buttered peanuts. Maybe you would.
All right. Here is the peanut field for playoff number 15.
All right, so this is Alliance number 2 versus Alliance number 8. Now you do see here we have Rob is a substitute for Alliance 8. He's playing the Larry robot as part of the substitution conditions to help balance out the field here. All right, before we get too far into that, let's look at our auto score. It is 46 to 43, so very close so far. We do see Rob playing some heavy defense on Dar. Casey having moved to the breakdown robot, acting as a more offensive robot now that their captain is gone. Julia does get a foul on her way to pick up Rob playing that heavy D. Casey and Julia getting tangled for a second there, but the number 8 Alliance does have the advantage for the time being, 70 to 58, as we are at 1:40 left in the match. First time I think we might have seen Zeus in a competitive match, and albeit under odd circumstances, Casey is getting a foul. That's a tap into the red zone. You can't go there. Rob making his way around the field, trying to play defense on whoever he can find a pick on. 87 to 78 is the current score, with 4 links done for the Blue Alliance, ahead of the 2 for the red. You notice there the Red Alliance having done all their cones for the top row, but none of their cubes thus far. We see Casey and Trevor. They're headed back to the human player station. Trevor with one in his intake. Julia's got a cube. She's gonna try and finish off those high cubes that have yet to be done. Although gets a little bit tipsy coming off the charge station. Is back using those forks to help place herself solidly when she lands on the ground. 6-point advantage right now for the number 8 Alliance. They are trying to score as quickly as they can. A foul for Dar as he got caught through the blue human player zone with 36 seconds left. We do see with a small advantage now for the Red Alliance. We'll see how that shakes up in the end. Again, remember, climbing's important. A foul from Casey is not going to help them, though, with 23 seconds left. That's a big advantage to try and make. They just don't have the links, and those are 5 pieces of points apiece plus all the points that you score. That's a really big placement though from Casey in the final 10 seconds of the match, and they're trying to climb block Ginger. We'll see how well it works as Rob yet to come around to the charge station. Maybe Ginger's actually climb blocking Rob, but the Blue Alliance is up. They almost made it stick, but they slid off at the last second, and that's gonna be 166 to 148, your unofficial score.
Under review.
Going under review, but it looks like at least unofficially the number 8 seed is going to fall into our lower bracket. All right. Taking a look at our breakdown, though, it was all tied up at auto, but the teleop score where the difference was made because it actually was even on penalties. Want to show you the links. That's 10 points of the difference right there. If the Blue Alliance has 2 more links, that'll be 158, and then it's the points from those game pieces themselves likely making up that difference. But we will see what happens with the breakdown.
Okay, we're gonna stand.
We're gonna stand up. All right, everybody, stand up because this score is standing. You literally said it, not me. So that means Alliance 8 will be headed to the 2-loss bracket, where they will face off against Alliance number 7 for the chance to stay alive. Alliance 7 having already taken down the number 1 Alliance is nothing to scoff at. They are a pretty strong Alliance that's just down there through a series of unfortunate circumstances.
All right, so match number 16 for playoffs is going to be happening on the Butter field. Are we all set, Brennan, to start on Butter?
That didn't sound very convincing.
Give me a sec.
So for those of you who don't know, we are trying this 2-ref system to help try and expedite things, but we do still have some kinks that we're working out, up to and including having to switch servers back and forth.
Okay, we are good to go.
Okay.
Cheers.
So this is
to
the
that.
Butter field, where we are starting.
Loser goes home.
Yeah, playoff number 16. It's an elimination match.
Alliance 7 already on the brink of elimination several times. We'll be looking for the brink of elation as they survive a little bit further. But we'll see how that goes. It looks like out of auto, it is advantage to the Red Alliance. There was a foul already as well, which will have something to do with it. With 2:10 left, though, still plenty of time. We've seen lots of crazy stuff happening in this elimination bracket. Rob versus Lewis. Louise trying to I think Rob's trying to figure out if he can take that cone. Not sure if he can. Will let Lewis go, but did hold him for a decent amount of time while Trevor and Casey try to match the scoring power of Space Turtle, Wax, and Lewis. That is going to be tough for sure. But they can definitely give it a good go. 84-50 make that 97-50 as all the high pieces have been done for the Red Alliance, and that's going to be a big part of this gap. Taking a look at the Blue Alliance has yet to do any of their high game pieces with the exception of, okay, now they're doing them, but like before they hadn't, okay? 100-72 is the score, and we see the links starting to come in for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance focusing mostly on getting those cones down early and then adding the cubes in at a later date. Rob playing with Wax. Wax looking for a game piece, looking to get back to the human player station, but unable to do so around the defense of our Zeus RI3D robot, but Casey got caught up in that as well, and that's going to hold up the Blue Alliance's scoring. They're back down to being, they're back down by about 30 points, but still plenty of time, 52 seconds left, and they are catching up. That up row is now completely done for both alliances here. 45 seconds left. Zeus smashing into Waxton yet again. Back into Casey, so the defense turned into counter D, turned into counter D. For these alliances, Lewis pushed where he doesn't belong and is going to be held in, including in the last 30 seconds. Does make it out without giving a free climb, impressively from Lewis. Or poor situational awareness from the Blue Alliance. You could say either, to be honest. 50 points now, though, separating these two alliances. It's looking pretty bleak for Alliance number 8, who is just trying to stay alive. They don't have a full grid, but their competitors do. With 9 seconds left, Rob is trying to hold Wax to the last minute, going for the triple climb. Casey headed back for the climb, shoves his partners off in the process. Do they get the climb? They do not. And that's going to be all she wrote. Looks like Alliance number 8 is going home. There is going to be a small adjustment to the score.
Oh, yeah. In
The
that
adjustment.
last match, there was a double possession foul in Autonomous that Blue Alliance caused Red to get, so Red gets a +12, and it's already reflected in the score.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say, was that it's already reflected, but Brennan said it much better than me.
And I'll be right back because we need to review a previous match real quick.
Okay, so while we're waiting for the review, we can just look at the bracket and the way that it stands right now.
Yeah, taking a look at the bracket, we're now entering the final round before our grand finals. We are gonna have only 4 matches left, because it looks like match 19 is not going to exist. I don't think. I don't know what the difference between match 18 and 19 is.
19 doesn't happen if the alliance. So if the alliance that's in the so if Alliance 4 wins 18, then they just move on to the grand finals right away. Whereas if Alliance 4 loses, then they move to the 1-loss bracket basically. And then 19 will happen.
I understand. Okay, so 19 we're still TBD on the existence of match 19.
Yes.
But
if to make it fair to Alliance 4 is undefeated so far. They're going to be going up against someone who is defeated. So they won't become eliminated instantaneously by losing to someone who has lost already.
Oh, just lots of stuff happening.
Lots of stuff.
But lots of stuff is going on. We're trying to make this as good of an experience for everyone as possible. So appreciate your patience as we sort out these thingies. Okay, what else could we talk about? Well, our next match is going to be match 17, which currently is seeing Alliance 3 in red and Alliance 2 in blue, which is what we saw in match 8, minus the bumper colors. Those would be swapped around. And the last time that happened, Alliance 3 took it by only 14 points, so it was pretty tight. So while we wait for the refs to decide the fate of our partners, our buddies, our pals, Nick, Chinese.
What do you say?
I said, Nick, did you get your Chinese food?
I did not yet. No.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I haven't gotten a notification that it was delivered yet, although it was supposed to be delivered. So like,
soon TM. Da da da. Okay, so they'll be back in just a second. In the meantime, anyone seen any good movies recently? I think we talked about Spider-Verse already on stream. So, any other movies that anyone's seen? Anyone seen the Barbie movie yet? Is that even out yet?
I don't think that's out yet. I think that Barbie and Oppenheimer are coming out at the same time in like a couple weeks.
Yes, I know they were coming out at the same time. I didn't know if they were already out or not.
When did we talk about Spider-Verse? Was I tuning out while we were talking about Spider-Verse?
Or maybe?
The new Transformers movie is pretty good, says Jeff.
Okay, cool.
I have not historically liked Transformers movies, but I have not seen the new one, so I can't speak about the new one. I haven't seen most of them.
I haven't seen a single Transformer movie like ever.
I mean, the one that I have seen that I liked was Bumblebee, which was like starring Haley Steinfeld. I liked that one.
Isn't she in the TV show that's...
Isn't many TV shows, actually, so...
That's a good point.
She's in Spider-Verse. She voices Spider-Gwen in Spider-Verse.
I was thinking of the Hawkeye show.
Yeah, she plays Hawkeye, yes. Like,
okay.
New Hawkeye, young Hawkeye.
Yeah. Okay, are we good to go, guys?
We are good to go.
Okay.
Wait, Brennan, you're in the server, right?
I don't think we have anyone in the server.
Whatever Waxton server is in.
Peanut Alliance 2 versus Alliance 17. Wait, Alliance 7. No, Alliance 3. Our next match is match 17 on the Peanut field with Alliance 2 and Alliance 3. So, shall we go to the Peanut field?
There's no one on the Peanut field right now. Just the Blue Alliance is on the Peanut field. The Red Alliance is not on the Peanut field. So, okay, the Red Alliance is now joining. And the Red Alliance is now joined. So,
beautiful.
We're gonna get started on the Peanut field.
Yeah, so Alliance 2 versus Alliance 3, we'll see how it goes this time out. We see all 6 robots on breakdown, and some immediately crossing the field to go pick up from the human player station. Dar, with 2 game pieces in his robot, has dropped them off. Will lose 1 to the hybrid nodes, but that's fine. That still gets the extra auto point. Balancing, engaging, 58 to 51 is the current score. This was a close match last time we saw it. It's going to be a close match once again. 61 to 56 is the current score. Like that 66 to 59. As we see, no links yet from either alliance. Looks like red has put the first one up on the board. That's gonna be an additional 5 points, including the five already placed. So that's a 10-point placement right there. Really nice stuff. Josh putting down a cone. Ginger has 2 game pieces in his bot. Didn't get called by it, so it was nice and speedy. Will look to put 1 in the supercharged node. And upgrade that to a high node. Nicely done. 121 to 94 is the current score. Red Alliance with the advantage, and that is your number 3 seed of Josh, Apollo, and Gabriel. It's 1 minute and 23 seconds left, and it's a 20-point gap. Last time we saw some calamity at the end game. Dar does get fouled. That's going to hurt the Blue Alliance even more. They're already down. They don't want to lose anything else for no reason. With 109 left, Josh places a middle cube. Ginger and Dar both placed one as well. They're trying to keep it up. They actually have more links than their competitors, but they have fewer game pieces as a whole, plus that foul from earlier on. 136 to 165, as it's now 6-6 on the link count, but that is not what matters. It's the final score that's going to do that. We see 45 seconds left on the clock. Once we hit the supercharged nodes, though, the Blue Alliance might see a bit of a score jump as Gabriel and Dar get into it a little bit. They both break free and head back to their zones. We see 1 robot in the human pickup zone for red, 1 for blue as well. A little bit of collision between Apollo and Gabriel in their own zone. 206 to 183. Already an insanely high score coming in from this number 3 alliance. They're playing very well this time. Red having that pace and looking at all of those supercharged nodes. That's a lot of them thus far with 12 seconds left. Blue will need to hope that red has an end game mishap, but already Gabriel and Apollo and Josh are lined up. Dar gets a little bit squirrely there, is on the side, falls down, gets right back up, and it's not enough. The 5 points at the end of the match from a supercharged node will see alliance number 3 moving on to face who will they face? They'll face somebody. But that was a very close match. Again, last time it was 12 points. This time it's cut down to 5. We already have a question box. We're going to see what happens there. All right, looking at our current breakdown, just want to point out the charge station was perfect for both alliances. The grids were perfect for both alliances. Auto scores insanely high, 48 and 51 apiece. We are getting this tele-up score sorted. I see there's some stuff in the question box. So we'll make sure that's all good. But it appears that at least for now, our winner is the number 3 alliance. Bop, 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 bop.
Thank you, Tegan.
No problem. All right. So the winner, just checking, all good?
So, yeah, did we already say what happened or no?
We didn't say it, we just showed the score.
Match, the Blue Alliance got an extra 12 points for a double possession foul. However, doesn't change the result of the match.
Yeah, that was already reflected in the score, but I hadn't explained what it was. Okay, so moving on to our next match. Obviously, we're in the 1-loss bracket. No one is going home quite yet. But we're going to pop up back to the upper bracket now that Alliance 3 is there. They're going to face off against Alliance 4. Possibly for a double header. We'll see what happens. We are in match number 18 on the Butterfield. Alliance 4 in the red bumpers, undefeated. They beat the number 3 Alliance last time. Will they do it again? Stay tuned to find out. Bow, bow.
We have the Red Alliance. We just don't have the
yeah, the blue probably
Alliance.
changing servers real quick. Alliance.
Okay, we've got both alliances in here. If the refs are ready, then we should be able to hop on over to the Butterfield for the next elimination match. This is playoff match number 18.
Yep, this is. If Alliance 4 wins this, they are headed straight to the winner's bracket. If they don't, we'll play match
Straight to the
number
grand
19.
finals.
The winner's match, grand finals, same thing. All right, well, looks like for the time being, advantage is going to go to the Blue Alliance out of auto, 43 to 50. Make that 45 to 50. It's a close one for sure. Now it's all tied up, of course. We're seeing Tango trying to pick up that cube off the charge station. It's not cooperating just the way they'd like, but it does go hybrid node, which is good enough for the time being. 65 to 55, so Red Alliance gonna have to pick up the pace a little bit. Already have a link done by the Blue Alliance with 149 left on the clock. We see that the Blue Alliance has a slight lead still. This is Alliance 3. Remember, they did have the advantage last time and then lost it all in the climbs. We'll see if their composure is a little bit better as Tango gets a foul for going into the zone and has a hard time picking up this cone off of the ground intake, but does get it and is headed back over. We'll go over the charge station to avoid the partner of Diego. With 121 left on the clock, 117 to 90 is the current score. Gabriel placing a cone for the Blue Alliance. Another foul. This time it's Diego holding 2 game pieces. We'll see if that was forced or accidental. Cone drops, will land in the hybrid node. Diego's going to get out of there, say that's good enough, and go back for another piece. 139, Gabriel placing it, already supercharging nodes for the Blue Alliance, although they are only at 6 links, 5 for the Red Alliance. 53 seconds left. Apollo gonna pick up a piece from the human player station. Other partners already having cones, but what they need is cubes to finish off that middle link. C has to reset. That's going to hurt the Alliance as C and Tango both going over the charge station at the same time. 35 seconds left, and the Red Alliance is down, but not out. We've seen things happen in the charge station before. Tango playing with that cone that was stuck on the floor will place it to help finish off a link as well. C's got one more to place to finish off the grid. But opts to go for a supercharged node instead. We'll see if Tango has a knowledge of where they're missing pieces. Looks like he does because he's headed straight to the middle rung with 12 seconds left. Their score's going to shoot up. They only have 8 links still. We'll see what happens there. They place a cube with 5 seconds left. Will it be enough? It looks like the Blue Alliance has this. The engage is not quite there, and it's going to be a hugely stacked grid for the Alliance number 3. 235 to 196. As this means we are going to go to match number 19. We no longer have an undefeated Alliance, and we're going to, I would assume, just stay on the field, but I don't know what's going to happen. But we'll look at the breakdown. 235 to 198, it's all in the teleop score there. The penalties don't help, but really looking at that 172 to 155. Crazy stuff. The 15 points in penalties making a difference. So this means we are going to 19, which is Alliance 4 versus Alliance 3 again. Now we've seen both outcomes happen. So we'll be playing this match next. And now the winner will move on to the grand finals. The loser will head into the double loser bracket. Okay. Let's just get this one underway. We've seen this match twice already. You don't need me to reintroduce the teams. Tango, C, and Diego. Now this one's, we're seeing a little bit more contact in the limbs. Diego dropping that cube, but trying to get back for the engage. Does so, but already we've seen the raw scoring power from this Alliance number 3 is unmatched. Alliance number 4 is going to have to work pretty hard if they want to get their spot in the grand finals this time around. Seeing a lot of poise, though, coming in from all 6 robots. Not seeing a lot of collisions thus far. Is a slight advantage to the Blue Alliance, 70 to 63. They're up a link and a few game pieces as well. With 148 left on the clock, 87 to 66 is already 3 links done for them. You can see 2 of them are hybrid, 1 of them is high. A foul as C gets a foul on Josh. Good for the Red Alliance, but the Blue Alliance is going to wish they hadn't done that. With 131 left on the clock. So again, Red Alliance, they're down a link. Specifically, they are down a few game pieces. I was trying to count them, but they're moving too fast for me to do that. We're seeing lots of cones being put up. Diego dropping 1. They only have to do 2 more on the Red Alliance to finish the grid of required cones. But Tango's working on finishing up some links as well. Gabriel here trying to pick up a cone and upgrade its position. Looks like he was trying to go for a supercharge, but it actually flies out of the intake, so that's some time wasted. Apollo getting fouled by Diego there is going to swing the current status of the match to be in the Red Alliance's favor. 6 to 7 on the links, but 147 to now 155 on the scoreboard. It's still anybody's match, and we've seen a lot come out of the supercharged nodes. That does make a world of difference at the end. Both alliances only 1 game piece away from it. It's a cone for the Red Alliance. It was a cube for Blue, but they have got it. Tango's now finishing it off for Red. This means it's all in the supercharged and the end game. We've seen it change very quickly here. Diego placing a hybrid. We've seen C coming in with a cube. That's probably going to go to hybrid as well. Even a chucked one from Tango going to hopefully be upgraded. Diego not taking any chances along with Gabriel. They are already ready for the climbs. Tango's coming in at the last second, going to place 1 more with 6 seconds left. It is still going to be all about the climbs. Do they get up as they're edging up? Who gets the engage? It's a 1-point difference to send the Red Alliance into the grand finals. The Blue Alliance, I don't know, that must be a supercharged being in the middle versus the high. That's absolutely crazy stuff coming out of this alliance. We'll see the breakdown. That'll explain it. There is people in the question box, so we will see how that gets sorted. But for the time being, that's a 1-point match. That is crazy stuff, and it's all about the penalties. Look at that teleop score, and you'll see how it balances out. Bop. Absolutely wild. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, so, 12 points will be given to Blue due to a forced double possession foul.
Alright. That is going to change the outcome of the match to be a win for Alliance 3, and they will be the ones... Alliance 3 will be in the grand finals. Alliance number 4 is going to be headed to the lower bracket. Sorry, it's just our streamer is AFK for a second, so you're not going to see that reflected. But again, like, I was gonna look at it and see what it looks like on stream, but again, I'm getting ads. I don't know why I'm getting ads. It must be, like, my ad blocker has given up on life or something. Not that I am promoting ad blocking. I'm promoting anti-blocking.
I'm promoting ad blocking though.
Cool. Happy for you. Proud of you. Okay. Well, yeah, so Alliance 7 will be facing off against Alliance 2 in this match. This is Waxton, Louis, and our sub is going to be Dilthang, who was unable to make playoffs due to a family emergency, but we are thankful that everyone is okay and that has been handled, and they are able to come back as Space Turtle is unable to continue playing for the 7th Alliance. So we're getting that all set up. And what else is happening? Yeah, Alliance 2 has remained unchanged. That's Dar, Ginger, and Julia. They have been playing in the lower bracket for quite a while, but they've been staying alive, and this is going to be big for them. They still have a chance to make it into the grand finals. Oh boy. Lots of matches, lots of action today, as we've been playing a lot of simulated robots. Nick's Chinese arrived, sorry. So that's what we're waiting on, everyone. But we will see what is going down when we get to the field.
All right. Are we all set to move to the...
Depends on it. Yeah, oh, the score has been updated. Perfect. So as long as there are 6 people on the Butterfield.
There are not 6 people on the Butterfield.
Are there 5 people on the Butterfield?
Yes.
Okay. Then I guess we are not getting started. We do have a sub coming in for Alliance 7. They were just booting up their computer and whatnot.
Okay.
So, Dilthang is coming back.
I see, okay.
It is wild. The changes, the silly season we have going on here. Not that I'm salty about it at all. But for the most part, we just want everyone to have a good time. So there's that. Da 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 da. Do we have 6 people yet? Nick? Nick! Nick's eating his Chinese food, definitely. He's enjoying it, which is great, but I want to know if there's 6 people on the Butterfield.
There are not 6 people on the Butterfield. There are only 2 red players.
Oh my... He said alright! Alright!
I'm only seeing 2 red players.
Yeah.
I see Luis and I see Wax.
Yep.
Which is the same number of people that are in the Alliance voice channel as well.
I know.
I think that they're asking the Red Alliance is asking if one of the Blue Alliance players wants to volunteer to leave the server and do a 2v2.
They've got a... They have a sub coming. You can tell them that if they didn't know that.
I think that they know that. They're just asking to do that to speed it up. So what do you think the timer is that we put on this? 1 more minute or 2 more minutes?
He said he was working on it, and I feel bad because I told him he could sub, and I don't want to lie to him.
Well, there has to be a timer.
Oh, they just joined the voice. So.
Okay. So 1 more minute
Give it
then.
2 minutes. Yeah. I assume. I don't know. Maybe they got to turn off the sound on xRC Sim. Who knows how long that'll take.
Oh, okay. I think we're ready to go.
All right, let's get this party started. Okay, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1.
Here we go. Let's transition to the butter field, and we're ready to get started in playoff number 20.
All right. Okay, Dilthang, after playing in quals, gets to play in Olymps. After all, we love to see it. 6 robots on the breakdown machines. Looks like a nice early placement there. 216 left, gets that sneaky one in. Dilthang, well done from them as they make their way across the field. Waxton has a game piece in his robot, pops it up high, nicely done. 206 left on the clock, and his early advantage to the number 7 alliance. But number 2 has faced them before and came out victorious last time around. Louis picking up a game piece, gonna make his way down the field. As he pops that one up, goes onto the middle rung. 2 links already for the Red Alliance, none yet for Blue. They're just placing pieces, more columnar, but they will get it there. A little bit of difficult time for Dilthang getting that piece into the intake, but it's there and it's going up on the high rung. Maybe? JK, I jinxed it. It's going to fall down to be a hybrid piece. All right. 90 seconds left on the clock and still not a link in sight. Now make that, of course, 1 for the Blue Alliance, but they are working on it. Dropped piece from Dar that's not going to count for any points as it sits up between the shelf and the posts, but they will have ample opportunity to rectify and place a piece where that belongs. As we see him trying to scoop it out, doesn't quite work, is just going to go for placing that cone. 110 to 113, as briefly the Blue Alliance did take the lead there with a minute left. We see it is all anyone's game. Louis placing one and running back to the human player station for the Red Alliance. That's Alliance number 7, captained by Waxton, versus Alliance number 2, captained by Dar. 137 to 135 as the links are all tied at 6 apiece. Doesn't hurt to necessarily save your links to the end and give a big jump on the score. Definitely can spook your opponents, that's for sure. 148, make that 156 to 139 as the Red Alliance is close to filling up that grid. They are only missing... I'm not sure what they're missing, but they're definitely missing something. Okay, Blue Alliance has filled up their grid. Now Red Alliance has done the same. Must have been a piece that was just over the edge with 16 seconds left. It is within points, like single digits right now, which means it is going to come down to the climbs. We see Ginger and Wax going for last second cycles, tossing game pieces, trying to get them into the hybrid nodes at the end with 3 seconds left. Who will get up? Who will balance? It's going to be the Red Alliance takes it. It looks like Dar fell off the platform at the end, and that's going to send Alliance 7, or Alliance number 2 home. The match is under review, but that last second fall off might have some serious implications on the number 2 Alliance. What a score, though. That was a really close match. And again, it was close the first time we saw it as well. But obviously a little bit.
So that last match, there was a glitch with the endgame, which is going to give plus 12 points to the Blue Alliance, but does not affect the result.
Sure, that works. And in that case, it looks like Alliance number 7 is going to be staying alive. A big thank you to Alliance number 2 for coming out. That's Dar, Ginger, and Julia. But a loss in the second lower bracket means that you are done. And now they have to face Alliance 7. You just faced Alliance 2. Now you have to face Alliance 4, who won their first 3 matches and now has dropped 2 straight. You're playing for a chance to play in the grand finals. So we'll see what is possible as you head over to the Peanut Field. Okay, so we're just getting everyone set up on the field. Okay. Are we ready to go for this final
We're
the
still
final
waiting
match?
for these alliances to join on the peanut fields. So
Alliances.
if
What
you
are
can
you
hear
doing?
me, please.
Yeah, if you can hear me, please. This is our final match of our inaugural triple bracket event, and it's definitely given us some things to talk about. It's interesting because some alliances have played each other multiple times, and there's been different outcomes every time.
Okay, we're ready to start on the peanut field. Is everyone ready in terms of referees? Ready for us to move over to the peanut field and get started?
Let's get it started and hot. Let's get it started in here.
Okay, here we go. On peanut field, this is playoff 21.
All right, who's going to make the grand finals? It all comes down to this, and we already see a bit of contact in the autonomous period. Waxton losing a game piece. We'll have to pick it up and shepherd it. It might be a little late for that to be counted as an auto piece, but we will see. He places it just in the nick of time. 57-38 advantage to the number 7 alliance. Number 4, captained by Tango, C, and Diego. C, able to play the entire limbs this time, is going to try and make it work this time. 77-48, a big jump as there's already some links in play for the number red for the red alliance, but the blue alliance not too far behind. They just haven't done as much on the high row as of yet. You can see a full high row done by alliance number 7 already. With a minute and 40 left in the match, it looks like a big gap, but I promise you it is not that bad, as it is 3 links to 1 and the whole top row done. And Louis tipped over, does get back on his feet, or wheels. Tango gets shoved into the charge station in the process. So with a minute and 20 seconds left, we are seeing a bit of chaos already. But as the top row is being finished off, Tango has 1 cone to do. That cone's a little bit tricky, and he will drop it into the hybrid instead. Looks like he's going to try to pick it up and improve it, but maybe should spend some time going to the human player station as well. Not sure what wants to do there. With 58 seconds left, we see Louis trying to pick up a cube off the ground to place it. They've almost got a full grid already. It's just that bottom row that needs to be filled up for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance just not matching the pace of the Red Alliance with 45 seconds left. We'll see 4 links to a full grid. That's pretty tough, especially with 39 seconds left. We're seeing links come. Diego has one of the cubes, drops it. Tango's going to go for it to pick it up and replace it with 30 seconds left, but it's looking dire for this number 4 alliance. Red Alliance already supercharging their grids. Red is going to have the time to do that. Blue will not be able to do the same. They only have 6 links done. That's going to be at least 3 more pieces before the whole thing's over. With 13 seconds left, it's going to be a big mistake from the Red Alliance to get it done. We do see full grid finally coming in for the Blue Alliance, but is it too little too late? As with 2 seconds left, it doesn't look like the climbs are going to happen. And that's going to mean that we're sending our number 7 alliance into the grand finals. A reverse sweep. They got sent immediately to the double lower bracket, but they are now in the grand finals. It just ran away with it out of auto, and the number 4 alliance didn't have anything to respond with. and that was definitely a crazy match there. But the number 7 alliance, who has super sub Dilthang, is definitely going to be proud of themselves for holding it down. We will see what is up with that. But for now, thank you to Tango, C, and Diego, the North American Alliance. You guys did an amazing job. Unfortunately, your road ends here in the SRC Season Championships, but really well done. And we hope to see you at our next events. Okay, so now we're in a best of 3, and we're gonna try to knock this one off real quick because I want to see everyone hyped. I want to see clean matches that require no ref calls, and we're gonna see our captain Josh with Apollo and Gabriel. They're gonna be in your red bumpers. They came in from the 1-loss bracket, and we have Waxton, Louie, and Space Turtle. They're coming in from the double loss bracket, and they were an instant double loss bracket. Or no, that's a lie. They went into the 1-loss bracket, they won a match, they lost a match, then they've had to go through the whole 2-loss bracket. They've been here the whole time, fighting for their lives. Insane stuff. A show of tenacity there. They've been through, player changes. They've been there through it all. We will get them on the Butterfield?
That's correct. We're playing on the Butterfield, yep.
All right. So we'll see if everyone is available.
Okay, are refs ready to start the Grand Finals number 1 on the Butterfield? The players are ready?
Yes.
Okay, refs are ready. That means that we're all ready. We're going to be going
are ready
to the Butterfield, and this is the Grand Finals.
And we got hype commentary. Oh my god, Gabriel is not moving!
He's moving. What are you
smashing into his partner? Luckily, it doesn't even matter because autonomous is easy, though somebody's got to balance. They didn't get it. Well, they got the dock, but whatever.
Hey, if 2 of them go for it at the same time, does it count?
Yeah.
I meant, should they get double points? Soon. No. Update coming soon, TM. All right. 2 minutes left.
Apollo struggling. Look at that. Oh.
Yeah, that is not where the cones are supposed to go.
Oh, huge collision. Oh, huge collision. Red Alliance! Just communicate.
Well, we'll see. With 1:40 left, it is an advantage for the Blue Alliance.
Oh my god, he stole a cone. Oh my, what is this match?
With 90 seconds left, we only see 3 links for the Blue Alliance and only 2 for Red. Definitely seeing maybe some nerves coming out with this amount of time left, but it's still close. It's only 11 points as we see, again, collisions. Wax and Louie, colliding into each other in their community. Some silly stuff coming out from these alliances.
Gabriel's got his intake out 10,000 meters outside of his orbit of this robot. Here we go, trying to pick it up. Can't. Knocked it over. Oh, gonna change to the shelf.
Yeah, we've seen that a few times from him as well over the day. Seen him leaving it out to chuck it. Yeah, leaving it out to chuck it. Unfortunately, doesn't really help going back for the cube. That one seemed to work pretty well though. It is 141 to 120. Just taking a look at your score, 6 to 5 on the links, now 6 all. So it's all down to placements, and then of course we're gonna try to see full grids. We're gonna try to see those supercharged nodes.
Red's bringing this back a little bit. Blue has the edge, obviously, but now we see full grid for blue.
Red needs cubes.
Oh
Red needs those
Josh
2
is
cubes
trying
down
so
the
hard
center.
for that cone, but he needs to get the cube, like you said. It's the Apollo just supercharged, but they don't have the cubes. Nobody's getting the cubes for Red Alliance.
Josh has 1, Apollo has the last one, but it's gonna need to be perfect placement. And actually, we see they get it, but they have to get up.
And close. Got to get the balance. Oh my goodness, it's a 1-point win. No way.
No shot. That's all in I think that was a clean match. That's got to be an auto point. Like, what else would that be? We take this, says Apollo. Insane stuff. Oh, there was a penalty. Oh boy, penalty. Making the diff there. We'll see if in the breakdown, I'll take a look at the proper breakdown. It's a 5-point penalty, and then versus the 4-point charge station difference because Teleop ended up balancing it out. You know, red had a better Teleop period. Blue had that advantage out of auto. In the end, the 1-point insane out comes down to such slim margins.
Looks like score stands, so let's move along.
Does score stand? How do you know that? I guess you're the ref.
Well,
So-
he's not yelling at me, so.
There you
And there's
go.
no question box.
Don't say that. Now people are going to go into the box.
Yeah.
All right. Let's head back to the field, see if anyone's changed robots, changed strategies.
Nah. We run it back. 1-point match. You gotta say both alliances are like, it doesn't matter either way. Could go either way, you know?
Yeah, and we're seeing as many
Oh,
points out
missed
of auto.
cube from Waxton. He can
Still
recover
time?
though. Easy.
He did the same thing a few matches ago against Alliance 4.
Apollo
Dropped the
nearly
cube.
getting fouled.
Well, it's still time. They were definitely tangled for a little bit. But so one thing we saw from Waxton was having to recover in auto. Definitely not
Dude,
unfamiliar with it.
Louis is really struggling in the loading station here.
Yeah, has tipped the cone back up and finally is up
we
and
go.
out. But that was some
That
wasted
hurts.
time there.
That's at least one cycle, and you can see that reflected in the score.
Yeah,
Red's gonna have to make some mistakes.
yeah. So we do see that Red has done all the
They dropped
cones.
the cone. Gabriel.
Red has done their whole top row of cones, which is more pieces than what Blue has up there. So that'll also make a difference once those pieces get settled.
Apollo got it back though. But that brought them back in this match. Look at that.
Yeah, well, that's a lot of time spent. So the links there, that's 4 links to 1. So that'll be a big jump for Red when they do finally get those cubes. You see, like, that's what they need is 6 cubes. Gabriel's already going to start supercharging because there's just no good places for the cubes to go. Although you can't, or the cones to go. You can place them hybrid. But it's like, look, Red
another
Alliance with
dropped
cubes.
piece. Good recovery. Look at Red Alliance loader station. It's completely screwed. There's like 3 cones in the way for the main shelf, the fastest method. So this is really brutal for the Red Alliance. Looks like they're
Gabriel
able
doesn't
still
seem
get
to
it, though.
care what you
Yeah,
think. Although
it actually didn't matter in that case.
but they have lost
Blue's
it
ahead.
since.
With this contesting Waxton versus Gabriel, this could be really important. Nice. Huge secure from Waxton. Oh,
That was
but
the
Blue
piece
Line
too.
smashes into each other and they give a foul. He's got to get out of there. Oh, he drops the cube though, and Apollo grabs it. Huge play for Apollo.
Yeah, Apollo getting the cube that originally was Gabriel's, finally getting it back, and that is gonna help.
Coming down to
They,
superchargers.
yeah,
Red
Red,
get out of their own way.
Red has to finish their grid. They now do that, so
Gabriel
now
gets
it's all
it.
supercharged.
Oh,
that was
Matt Waxton. Huge mistake there. Intake stuck.
Waxton now trying to get up on the charge station, leaving it ready for his teammates. It's gonna come down to this balance and dock again.
208, 214. Oh.
And that means it's gonna be, assuming the match stays assuming all is good, that is gonna be a win for your Red Alliance. They were already up 1, which means it looks like the number 3 Alliance is tentatively your event champions. Look at the breakdown there. Tied out of auto, 1 point out of Teleop would have given the advantage to the Red Alliance anyways. The POW means that it's not a 1 point match. No, it's still a 1 point match.
Yeah.
If there's no foul, they win by 1
Crazy.
point. It does not get closer than that. Like 1 point clean between the two, and that means that Alliance 3 is your champions there. Captain of Josh 3128, first pick Apollo, second pick Gabriel. Really solid stuff from them. Congratulations to the finalist Alliance, Waxton, Louis, Dilthang, and Space Turtle, who played really well, fought really hard through the lower bracket, but came up 1 point shy twice of taking home this event, and that means that we are our grand champions, our season champions.
Congratulations.
Someone have confetti? Woo! I don't see any confetti.
It's you have to imagine the confetti.
That's fair. Apparently the music's very tense. I can't hear the music, but I believe it. I hear it super tense, which is awesome.
Yeah, I saved the
If
classical
soundboard
music
was
for the
enabled
finals.
in casting box, I would have done the cheers sound effects. But
Pew 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 pew.
That's not the one I was thinking of. Just like everyone cheering and clapping and being happy and all that good stuff or whatever.
Personally, I prefer my soundboard, but there we go. Well done to everyone, and thank you for sticking with us through our new. We did triple elim. No one else has done triple elim, but SRC has done triple elim. So there you go.
Huzzah!
Huzzah! Breaking ground every day. Well done to our alliances. Thank you and good night.
Good night, everyone. Thanks for joining us.
Good night, my